Hello and welcome to another episode of Video Game Logic. Today's show was recorded on June the 13th, 2017. I'm your host, Gaming Psychologist, and with me, as always, my own personal game changer.
Caffeine Rage.
On today's show, we're going to be talking all about E3. We're going to cover each of the major conferences in probably pretty lengthy detail. I'm not going to list them all out here. You can obviously find the timestamps in the show notes for each of the respective conferences / topics this week. Hello, Rage.
Hello. Wait, we already covered this in the pre-show.
Yeah, in the pre-show. You know, that pre-show took about as long as all of our normal pre-shows, but we actually were productive.
Yeah, well, first time for everything.
Yeah, and it takes E3 to do it for us. Like, our Christmas in summertime. That's how I described it earlier. Christmas in June. I was...
well, it turns out everybody got coal.
Yeah. So, this podcast is just going to be as long as it is. We've got a lot of stuff to go through. And I think that we should just dive into it. Of course, with this being the E3 special, we're not going to cover any of our usual stuff. No games, no community corner, no nothing.
Yeah, pretty much anytime there's a non-numbered episode, don't expect the usual stuff. No Discovery Queue, no community corner. It's just us rambling.
Yep, we'll catch up on all that next week. News week after E3 is always super light, except for just updates about things, but we don't really care too much about those general press release type things.
Yeah, we have them all this week.
Yeah. So, to kick off the show, we figured we should do a little preamble about E3 this year. I actually had a couple of questions to prime our discussion and sort of frame where we're going with this, because this E3 is, in my view, fundamentally different, or at least maybe fundamentally different is the wrong way to say it, but it's definitely a different show than we've seen the last few years. So the first question that I want to ask or bring up is it just me, or was this E3 seeming lackluster?
I think it probably seems worse than what it is because it started and ended on a very low note. Particularly, well, we'll get into it in a little bit. The EA and most of the Nintendo conference were just complete write-offs.
Yeah, that's for sure. Nintendo's conference didn't even make the half-hour mark this year.
Yep.
I know that Nintendo never does a strong E3 show presence, or at least they haven't for the last few years, but they really felt like they just half-assed it this year.
To be perfectly honest, it felt like Nintendo's E3 conference should have been airing at 2 a.m. on cable news, on the cable news channels as an infomercial.
I wish they would have had Devolver's slot instead, and they just wouldn't have done a conference, but we'll really get to that later. We have many thoughts.
Most of them, what the fuck? Yeah,
not good. Okay, I was sitting there thinking about this today after I had watched the Nintendo conference earlier. I had a no-show client, so I actually had a chance to watch in the middle of the day and then think about it afterwards instead of cramming it before we started. And I had this thought, I don't know if this was a bad show year or if I'm just have covered E3 enough times that I'm starting to get cynical about it. And there's probably some cynicism there.
Welcome to my world.
But I just was I got excited about a few things, but in general, my view of the conference was just I'm looking forward to talking about this, but in general, I'm just bored by half of it.
Welcome to my world.
I know. And I also had the thought, I don't know if you're the best person to talk about this because I'm the optimist on our show and you're the pessimist. So, of course, you're going to reinforce the pessimism, but you're the only sounding board I have.
You poor thing.
I know.
Maybe we need to go capture one of our former co-hosts, our third chairs, and bring them in.
And maybe they can reflect next week and actually send some stuff in for Community Corner.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I just had that thought and had to lead off like that. we're going to get into each of the conferences in more detail as we go through, but I really felt like everybody
pretty
much was just down. Either the conferences were way more serious.
I wouldn't say everyone. Do you think that? I do think the PC gaming show saw a serious uptick from last year.
I do too.
That's like the gem for me.
Yeah, I think Microsoft was pretty on the level with the past. I mean,
for the most part.
For the most part, I complained that they used the word exclusive too much, but I mean, they had a pretty standard Microsoft
and a console.
Yeah, they had a standard Phil Spencer conference. Like Phil Spencer, he knows how to do it. He knows what's up. But I mean, the Bethesda also had that fun graphic thing. But in general, their conference was a letdown. Devolver was insane, but not in a good way. I really liked the PC gaming show as well. I thought Ubisoft was okay, but I missed Aisha Tyler, so sad day. Sony was a disaster, and then Nintendo
a technical
felt like
disaster more than anything, though.
Yeah, and then Nintendo felt like they were phoning it in. So, yeah, I just wasn't feeling it this year.
Maybe it's also a lot of what we saw were little highlights from last year as well.
Yeah, there was a lot less. Check out this new thing. Check out this thing coming in the distant future to get you hyped about. Although that might be a good thing. Maybe they're learning their lesson. Because the past couple of years have been filled with lots of pushback from people about, like, quit hyping us up for stuff that's coming in 3 years and lying to us about what this game is going to look like or going to include.
Or, damn it, no more Minecraft.
Yeah.
I think it'll be the biggest surprise when we have an E3 that doesn't mention Minecraft or Skyrim.
Yeah, that ain't never going to happen. When it does, then
Bethesda could milk that dead horse.
Yeah, Microsoft too. I mean, when that happens, the second coming of Christ is just around the corner, so that's the time to repent. Yeah. I think we should probably stop talking about this line because we're starting to get into both specific
So let's go to your second question. What do you think of all the streamers, YouTubers, and talentless hacks? Oh, sorry, I got a little off track there. Being on stage and in promos, even more prevalent than it was last year. Well, I think I kind of just tipped my hand on what I thought.
Yeah, I'm in two minds about it. On the one hand, it's nice to see that all of these big companies are starting to realize, like, okay, all of our traditional means of advertising and promotion and all of that are becoming dated. This whole streaming and YouTube thing is actually gonna
go somewhere. Yeah,
it's gonna go somewhere. They're late to the boat on that one, but. So, on the one hand, it's nice to see them acknowledging, like, okay, we need to start moving this direction and meeting our consumers where they are. But on the other hand, it feels so cynical and so exploitative.
Well, another thing,
bringing up these people that no one has, like, I hadn't heard of a single person that they got on stage.
I heard of a couple of them, but the thing is, a lot of these people, they seem a lot better than what they are, and I shouldn't be one to talk because, I'm terrible on YouTube as well. But there's this little thing called editing. And it was very apparent that some of them are used to making lots and lots of mistakes and just editing out all the bad bits. There was one person during the EA conference, I can't remember his name, that looked like he was about to do an edit, whatever his signal was for an edit cut and start again at one point. It's like, wow.
Yeah. I think that we'll continue to see this for the next few years, and hopefully they improve it instead of making it worse.
They need to get better quality ones because, to be perfectly honest, the big-name YouTubers are not essentially the most high quality of presenters, especially live presenters, and the ones that rely a lot more on editing and are less able to just riff off the cuff shouldn't be at a live fucking conference.
Yeah, there were quite a few of them too that got like you could tell they were feeling the pressure. Like whoever it was that was in the EA conference that was doing the Need for Speed, like he just like stopped. Like
that's the one I was talking about. That looked like he was about to do an editing pop. Whatever. Click his fingers or whatever to have a obvious spot in his vocal track to do just a cut, a splice, and cut out a section.
Yeah, thankfully though, the audience helped him out. they helped him out. They gave him some applause, and he reset himself and kept going.
How about this? How about this? Have it so that if you're going to use YouTubers and stuff, have essentially your stable that you use. The same YouTubers for each company, I guess. Have their own little stables, but also don't throw them on stage on E3 as their first damn gig. Granted, a couple of them, this wasn't their first time around. Not that you could tell the difference, but still.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, a couple of them were at the Video Game Awards as well, and they weren't much better there.
Yeah. I mean, though, how can you, stand up to the Schick Hydrabot? I mean, come on. That dude, he's the best.
You just want to wear out his lube strip.
Absolutely.
One other thing I kind of noticed, this is on your list, but did you notice a lot more prevalence of girl gamers this time around? Every time that they had a gamer on stage, no matter the fact that they actually used the gamer instead of just having stock footage, I don't recall there being a guy gamer at all.
No, there were guy gamers that they showed.
Maybe not counting the people in the creator cave.
No. I remember seeing some.
But it was very prevalent that they really were focusing on the girl gamers, which is a terrible thing. But it's one of those things that felt very exploitative when they just kept pointing it out.
Yeah, and they were doing that a lot too. I don't know if you were watching. Well, I know you watched some of the pre-show stuff, but watching various streamers and things, they had very prevalent female streamers and YouTubers and things like, oh, this is whoever. From what, I don't recognize a lot of them. I don't recognize very many YouTubers or streamers, to be honest, but, it was, very, front and center, hey, look, we've got a girl. And,
look, tits.
I'm cool with there being more equal representation in
gaming.
But
it still felt very exploitative. The same thing with the YouTubers just in general.
Yeah, I wish that they would have just done it and not drawn attention to it. That would have been the best way to do it. Just have these girls everywhere. That's cool. And then just oh, hey, there's some girls, the audience can say, oh, hey, there's a lot more female gamers this year. That's nice. But it felt like they were trying to say, see, we're progressive. We have girls. We have more girls than the other guy. Come by our games.
Yeah, pretty much.
But, there were some places that did it right. And, I think this is going to come up a lot because both you and I had a lot of love for the PC Gaming Conference. But I felt like they did it really well and didn't draw too much attention to it. So that was nice. But I think that's all of my pre-thoughts.
Yeah, I threw one in as a curveball to you.
Yeah. But no, I didn't really even think about that because I did a lot of skipping through things or
Well, I did, even the ones that I watched on VOD, I didn't even skip.
Yeah, I skipped
some
through
of
a lot
them
of
was
the
a
VOD.
mistake, but
yeah, I only got to watch 2 of the conferences live.
And that was the ones with me.
Yeah, which that was a lot of fun. I think next year we should plan to do a lot more of them that way. But this weekend was just crazy, and this week, so I wound up watching a lot of the VODs and skimming through a lot of the crappy spots. But the PC Gaming was one of the ones that I watched all the way through. So, okie dokie. Then I think if we're done with our pre-thoughts, any last thing you want to say before we just dive in?
I'm not looking forward to talking about this first one.
All right, well then with that, let's move on to our first conference.
Why?
The EA conference. One of the cringiest conferences that I've ever seen. It's pretty bad, guys. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, my notes were very vulgar.
I took almost no notes on anything in this conference until we got to Battlefront 2.
Well, let's see. Most of my notes were, why? Kill me. Boring as fuck. Skip, please.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are these chuckle nuts?
Yeah, so we should probably...
Yeah, let's just go right down the list. Madden 18, long shot. Oh, wait, they started off cringy with the drum crew. Don't forget the drum crew.
I actually really like that. I like the marching band. That was nice. I thought that was a nice touch because
if they're going to do a marching band, I think they should bring back the college football.
Yeah, the band is a lot bigger thing in college football than it is in the NFL. So yeah, good point. But still, I mean, I liked it. I thought it was different.
Yeah, when I saw the marching band, I thought they were bringing back college football there for a moment. And Grant, all the sports titles just shows, what a big mistake it is giving EA a monopoly because, they don't have to work to really improve anything.
Yeah, the only real improvement to any of their sports games is that they've taken the story mode from FIFA last year and thrown it into Madden.
Yeah, because people, really wanted a damn story in their sports games, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we said this last year. I think we should still make this caveat in case we have any new listeners or anybody who just finds this and is like, oh, let's listen to 3 hours of EA coverage. Or not EA, E3 coverage.
If there's 3 hours of EA conference, I would just kill myself right now.
Yeah. We are not the target audience for sports games. I mean, I don't really care about sports at all.
Well, here's the thing.
I especially don't care about sports video games.
Here's the thing is that I kind of like some sports games, and I really like others. The main problem here is that, okay, FIFA is on PC, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. But, I'm not a soccer guy. Or, sorry, football. Madden is not on PC. And I don't really care for their... NBA Live. I'm not a basketball fan. I do like my baseball games. Granted, there's not a lot on PC. This is really probably a fault in me that I kind of like some sports games, but I'm a PC player, so I get fuck all for sports.
Right. Very few sports games. At least very few of the main big sports games come.
Yeah, so I get oddball things like hang on, what was that one again? Let me. Super Mega Baseball Extra Innings. That's about the best baseball game I could get right now. That's modern. Which is not a bad baseball game, by the way.
Right. Yeah, you talked about it for quite a while on the episode where it came up.
Yeah. But anyway, Madden 18 long shot. Just why are they putting a story mode in this?
I mean, maybe people did like it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing is that we aren't the target audience for these sports games. So, the FIFA sports mode, or the FIFA story mode was really popular. And they thought, hey, maybe the other football people would like it. I will say that the graphics looked pretty good. But then again, that's the thing that I think we're going to have to say over and over again is that you can't trust graphics in an E3 trailer. At all.
No. Although, I mean, the sports graphics, those tend to be pretty good in general anyway.
Because that's the only thing that they could sit down and polish.
Just about, yeah. I mean, every once in a while you'll get, a huge game changer. Pun intended. And then, that'll be the big thing for the next, 4 or 5 years. With very, very teeny tiny iterations in between. And most of the big changes come to the graphics. So... I mean, you can probably trust the sports ones, because they always look pretty good. But beyond that, yeah, there's a lot of, you just can't trust it.
So, shall we move on to the next game?
Yeah.
Okay, Battlefield 1, In the Name of the Tsar. This actually looked pretty interesting. Granted, they had cringy streamers again, but the fact that they're going with lesser-known battles and lesser-known fronts in World War I, I think is a really smart move.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, World War I and World War II both had... I mean, they were world wars. There were tons of things that never get covered unless you buy, one of those 50 DVD history things that covers, beginning to end.
Yeah, back when the History Channel was the Hitler Channel.
Yeah.
And not a random pawn shop channel.
Yeah. But I totally agree with you. I think that this is a good move for them to continue pushing the... I don't want to say unique, but the sort of different take that they've spun onto one of these games.
There's only so many times, and yes, I realize this is the wrong World War, that you could have the storming a Normandy.
Right.
I mean, this is something that I brought up before, is that I'd love to see maybe an alternate history World War game where you have Operation Mincemeat actually happen, where it's the invasion of Greece.
Yeah.
Granted, I realize still the wrong World War, but yeah, in American history, World War II is actually focused on a lot more than World War One.
Yeah.
So it's the one that I could, name off some somewhat obscure things a little bit better.
I mean, it's been done so many times, the storming Normandy, that it's a TV trope.
Yeah.
You know, like, and it's the same sort of thing that applies to that. So I'm really happy to see, going back to In the Name of the Tsar, the DLC, more obscure things, and I'd love to see this trend continue. I will get to it a little bit later on, but Call of Duty, going back to World War II, like, I'd love to see, like, one of my biggest worries is they're just going to retread the old Call of Duty games again with new graphics. So I'm really happy to see this, and I hope that it sells really well, actually. Like, usually I'm like, I don't want DLC.
This is still Battlefield 1, so it's very much, your standard Battlefield game, only with a World War I skin, or pseudo World War I, because they have a lot more automatic weapons, a lot more, I guess, quality of life things, even though that's not even quite the right term for it. They make it a lot easier for you to run and gun than you actually could back in the day.
Right. But I actually hope that this does well, so that maybe the Call of Duty people will learn some lessons and actually give us some more interesting and obscure and diverse content if they're going to keep going down the historical games line.
Yeah, let's see. Next up was an entire segment on pro gaming.
Yep, which I just didn't care.
Mine was boring as fuck, and wow.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is that, EA, I think, was the most egregious, but there was another conference that covered pro gaming a fair amount. And they made it look so terrible.
It happened in the PC gaming show, and I think it happened in the Ubisoft show, or was it?
Yeah, none of them really showed, even the skill level of pro gamers.
You know what? It was Bethesda, because they were talking about Quake, and they had this whole thing about a pro gaming thing and like $1 million prize pool.
Yeah, and they had such horrible players in their segment for it.
Yeah.
How about this? Instead, whenever you're talking about pro gamers, I realize this isn't an EA property, but show some of the crazy shit that happens in a Rocket League.
Yeah. Because
we sat down and watched the Rocket League Grand Championship, and that is just insane.
That was it made me feel so bad. I consider myself to be a decent Rocket League player, and then I watched that and I was like, nope, I'm terrible. I just need to never play this again. So, yeah. Next up was Need for Speed Payback.
No, FIFA 18 first.
Oh, right, FIFA 18, that's right. My note for that is FIFA, yay, I guess.
Mine was, I don't know who Alex Hunter is, but fuck him. Because I guess that's who the protagonist is in the story mode this time, because they just... if you were taking a shot every time they said the name Alex Hunter, you'd be dead of alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
And also, this was the segment that they brought in, the Men in Blazers.
Yeah, which was terrible. That was so cringy and not funny. And then they had the high five, or the missed high five hurled around the world.
Yeah.
Instantly meme-ified.
Yeah, which honestly is kind of the point of it, really.
You know what? They probably did it on purpose.
Yeah, they purposely were so terrible, especially in their little song and dance number, that they got themselves meme-ified and made themselves all the more popular. And let's see, my other note was, kill me, make it end.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Okay, next, Need for Speed Payback. I guess I just skipped FIFA because I don't care. But I am looking forward to this.
Yeah, this, honestly, looking at the preview stuff, granted, they didn't have a lot because, you can't have too much gameplay footage.
Right.
Need for Speed Payback feels a lot like The Crew, to be honest. With finding drunkers and fixing them up and that sort of thing, and sort of more of an open world thing going on that they had before.
Yeah, and you're doing car heists. Like, my note for this is Need for Speed meets Fast and the Furious! !
Yeah, and also Need for Speed with a mix-in of Burnout crashes, which, honestly, I hope there's an option to turn that off, because in the Burnout series, it at least made sense because that was the focus of the game, was the just the pure demolition and all the crazy physics going on with the crashes. But the fact that in their trailer they cut away from the action a dozen times to watch a car slowly dance end over end.
You haven't played a Need for Speed game recently, have you?
I guess not.
That's been a thing for a long time in the Need for Speed series. The last one did away with it. What was it? I think it was just called Need for Speed.
Maybe that's the thing, is that the last Need for Speed game that I played and enjoyed was Most Wanted, I think. The original Most Wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, Need for Speed. The last several Need
maybe
for
it's
Speed
just
games.
maybe it's just the fact that I got away from the Need for Speed series. And when they did the free giveaway for the latest Most Wanted, the second one, because you can't have these things make sense. So of course we're going to reuse the same title. I just absolutely hated it.
Yeah. It's just been a thing in the last few games. Aside from I think they're Pro Street or Pro something or other. I mean, because that was all about racing, like actual racing circuits and things.
How dare they actually have racing in a Need for Speed game?
It was so good. It was up there on par with Forza, but they made 2 of them, and then they haven't made any of them since. It's called Need for Speed Shift. That's what it was called. But there was a Need for Speed Pro Street game, which was pretty good too. That was also all about racing, but it was a lot less like pro racing and a lot more like amateur type racing.
And also, something else that they're throwing in on this one is playable or swappable playable characters. So in the mission that they showed off, you were coming up behind this tractor trailer, and eventually the girl that was with you climbs into the tractor trailer, steals the supercar, and drives off. But when she's launching out of the back of the trailer, you swap to her, and now you're driving away in the supercar. Which could lead to some interesting things in the story mode. Because that's one thing that has always been kind of tough to do in the single-player missions in these games. Granted, I will admit that I haven't played the latest Need for Speeds. Is that it's very janky trying to go between cars. If a mission even allows it.
Yeah.
When sometimes it would make more sense. And it would allow for keeping up with the action a lot more.
Yeah, I'm looking, as long as they do it well, I'm looking forward to this, because the idea behind the story mode is like you're trying to take down some cartel or something like that who deals in cars. It seems heavily inspired actually by the Need for Speed movie, its plot line, because it's
Need for Speed, Fast and Furious.
Yeah, that's Need for Speed meets Fast and Furious. That's why I made that as my top note for this. It looks really campy and over the top, and as long as they don't mess up the driving and stuff, I think I'm pretty much in on this one.
All right. So next up?
Yeah.
Okay.
A Way Out.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. This is from the team behind Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, our current Game Club game, actually.
Yep.
A Prison Break RPG with a co-op focus.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I hope it's better than the actual Prison Break game. That game is terrible.
I'm a little skeptical of this, mostly because the developer, and I'm blanking on his name now, and I didn't write it down because I'm an idiot. He got on stage and started Peter Ballahewing.
Right.
And that puts me off big time. And also it's designed for split screen co-op, even on PC, on internet play, which could be very disorienting, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, especially if you don't have good connection.
Yeah,
because the whole split screen thing could really cause some issues.
Yeah, honestly, this looks like it's more designed for consoles, even though it is coming to PC and it is going to have internet play. It's one of those things that it looks like it could technically work, but I'm not sure if it would.
Yeah.
And also, I'm a little concerned about the way that they're handling it. It looks like it could be very easy to miss story, because in order to keep up with the story, you're going to have to shift your focus back and forth between your character and your friend's character. And I'm not sure if there's a single way to single play this or not, because it is two completely individual characters, unlike Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, where you're controlling both of them pretty easily on a single screen. But it looks like it's very easy to overlook something just because you're having to pay attention to what your character is doing while a story bit is happening to the other character.
Yeah.
That's my big concern.
It does look interesting, though, and as far as I know, something like this hasn't ever been done before. And so, you know what? I'm willing to give them some points, at least for trying something new.
Yeah, they're at least trying something new. It's just one of those things that I'm a little bit skeptical on the on how they're going to do it, especially when the developer gets on stage and starts sounding like a Peter Molyneux soundboard.
Yeah. Yep, I definitely agree with you on that one. But still, I don't think there's enough innovation anymore in the games industry.
Yeah,
and
I
so
will agree
it's
with
nice
that.
to see.
It's very expensive to make a game, so you'll see the same games over and over and over and over and over again, essentially. If it is a new game, it borrows heavily from other games. So there's not a lot of people that are willing to do the risks, and this is under the EA banner, but it sounds like this is more of like their indie department.
Yeah.
Or indie, protrusion from the blobulous mass that is EA until it gets fully absorbed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Okay.
All right. So then they brought up Seed, which is essentially Buzzwords, the segment.
Yeah, Seed stands for
the design department for EA, essentially.
Actually, Seed is searching for extraordinary experiences and developing new game technologies, and then they just went with searching extraordinary experiences, developing Seed. I mean,
this doesn't sound like it's a corporation out of evil sci-fi, an evil corporation out of sci-fi, does it?
No, they didn't really say very much about it aside from their opening.
Buzzwords.
Yeah, this little article that I looked up to do my homework is like, we don't really know anything about this. It just seems that they're gonna look for indie devs that are doing new stuff and
absorb them and then spit out the corpse.
Yeah, so it's basically what they do anyways, except instead of for big companies, for indie devs.
Yeah, so in other words, EA's going to latch onto an indie dev and implant its Seed into them.
Hey-o.
Oh my god, they're the face huggers.
They are the face huggers. Oh my gosh. That actually makes me feel, in a weird way, a little bit better about it.
It makes me feel worse.
But hopefully it turns out to be a little more positive than we're anticipating. But I don't really have very much hope for that. Just like a tiny bit, because I'm an optimist. Or the optimist out of the two of us. But yeah, they didn't really say anything else about it, so we can't really talk anymore about it. They just said that they would say more about it later. So.
Yep. Then
didn't they say it was going to be at Gamescom?
Yeah, I think so. To be honest, I kind of blacked out at this moment.
Yep. Then they had the teaser trailer for Anthem, which we're not really
going
to get into right now.
the BioWare game Anthem. They originally were just calling it the next BioWare title. And, after the last BioWare title, that was not exactly a shining recommendation. And my note for this was trailer. They didn't say a fucking thing about it. More in the Microsoft conference.
My note was, please ban NRPG and Iron Man suits.
Boy, are you going to be sorely mistaken.
I mean, that's kind of what it looks like.
Well, I guess we'll find out in the Microsoft conference. Then let's see, NBA Live, the 1 exclamation point. Maybe I'm not a biggest sports guy as I thought for games. It just seems like it's so cringy,
Yeah, my note was more sports. Like, I put a Z in there.
And then they started
O's.
going more and more into the dribbling system. And they made it sound like QTEs, to be perfectly honest. But, supposedly that's the normal thing for basketball games. Hell if I know. Last time I played a basketball game, it was Michael Jordan versus Larry Bird. It was like a 1992 game.
Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I played a basketball game. I've played one before. I just don't know when it was that I played it. A long time ago. It was on GameCube.
Mine was a DOS game.
So yours is longer ago than mine. Then they got into this thing where they were talking about...
Well, I should say my final note was, well, so much for all the parts that I somewhat gave a shit about.
Yeah. So then they talked about doing like a free games trial for Origin and EA Access. And if you listen to this on the day that it releases, you can still go sign up for the 7-day free trial. So if you want to play some games, try out some stuff that you're thinking about buying.
Yeah, I remember the first one's for free. So.
Yep, first one's free. But I mean, they just talked about Origin and Access and all that a bit and said that they were doing the free trial. And then moved on to Battlefront 2.
Yeah, for the last, half hour of the show?
Yeah, it went for a long time.
Yeah, and my first note is, game changers? Really?
Would you like to talk about that some more, Rage? I don't really have anything to say about it, so...
The EA conference, it feels like it's just a bunch of suits standing around trying to figure out what their gamers are really like. And putting it out as a conference.
Right.
And not understanding a fucking thing. And let's see, they did mention that there's an offline story mode, but that was about it, to be perfectly honest. They did have that actress that stood on stage and sounded extremely pissed off about being there.
She did, but I think that she was trying to be like somewhat in character, because she's the main character from the story mode for the Imperials.
Yeah, but still sounded like she was more upset that she was there than anything.
Yeah. But I'm looking forward to Battlefront 2. Basically, what I felt like they were trying to say, but like not apologize, but sort of was like, hey, we know that everyone really complained and panned our game because we took away everything that made Battlefront really good.
Remember they said they got a lot of positive feedback. Remember they talked about all the positive feedback and some of the constructive feedback.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they apologized without really apologizing. Like, they tried to spin it. They tried to Trumpify it. But they are bringing back everything from the Battlefront series that they took away. So the single-player story mode, actual space combat, and improving the actual gameplay mechanics based around vehicles.
Yeah, they did mention that all three eras were going to be present. And it just so happens that the game is 3 times bigger as the first Battlefront. Gee, I wonder if that's a coincidence.
Yeah. I had a note, 3 times the content, ? The problem with the first one wasn't the lack of content. It was that you had so much shit you had to pay for missing from the previous, and so much stuff missing from the previous games.
Well, that's the thing, is that further down my notes, they mentioned that they're doing the free map DLC. They're not splitting up their community this time.
Right.
Which that's the big newsworthy thing about this. But then my next note is just wondering how they're going to hit people with microtransactions. Yeah,
they're going to have the loot crate system. They already had that in the Battlefront for like cosmetic stuff. That came in towards the end for character customization. But yeah, I love how that they're talking about all these features like classes, and it's like classes were in the first 2 Battlefront games. But
and I'll be perfectly honest.
Classes.
Their gameplay footage that they showed turned me greatly off of it, especially when they were showing that player with Darth Maul just diving in, annihilating everyone, and then diving out. That doesn't look fun to me at all.
I mean, that's how the old Battlefront was when you got a hero, pretty much.
Doesn't look fun.
I always thought it was fun. I feel
it's
like
one of those things that it's fun if you're the person with the hero or just happen to be on their team. If you're playing against it with someone that's a hero and competent with it, it's not fun then.
I put down that this game is basically a remaster of the old Battlefront 2. Like, that's what I feel like it is, a remaster. And I think they're trying to sell it to people who are too young to remember the first 2 Battlefront games.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's why they're acting like everything is new, because all of this stuff
like
is
you
old.
can play droids for the first time.
you could do that before in Battlefront 2. And actually in Battlefront 1. You could be the droids in both.
Yeah. Well, and something else that they mentioned is that I think they said it was Rey's, or sorry, according to that one announcer, May.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
Did he call Rey May?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, I have a feeling someone has played a little bit too much Overwatch. But her mind trick messes with the controls, which also doesn't sound like fun.
No, that doesn't sound fun. I like that they brought John Boyega in, though. He actually does play Battlefront. I thought that was pretty cool that he came on and did that. Although you know that he was paid so much money. Just a
so many
of
credits
money was given to him to do this spot. But I do know for a fact that he actually plays Battlefront. So I thought that was pretty cool. I did think that the weird casting of that gameplay footage that they showed, I didn't like that at all. I just wanted to watch the gameplay footage.
Not just the weird casting, but also it seemed like whoever was in control of the camera saw, this looks like an interesting moment. Let's cut away.
Yeah.
Especially when they were having some of the dogfights going on. That was, probably the most interesting bit to me. And, they immediately cut away to, someone walking down an alley.
Yeah.
It just shows that either, whoever was in control of the stream has no idea what the fuck they're doing, which would not be surprising. Or that they're, let's just call it like it is. They wanted to do esports overall, and I imagine that, they probably have some sort of hope and dream that this will become an esport as well. Whatever spectator tools they have, does it allow the cameraman good enough predictive ability to see, okay, well, action's about to happen here? Because there was a lot of times that they would cut away from action to just boring person walking around.
Yeah. I'm actually worried that they're going to try and turn this into an esport game. Not everything has to be an esports game, guys. Learn that lesson. I feel like this EA conference overall, its theme was, we learned a lesson, guys. We're trying to do something different based on the lesson we learned. And not all of the lessons were good lessons. And I don't think that this is a good lesson. I'm waving my finger around. I'm very passionate about this moment. Anyways, yeah, I don't think that Battlefront needs to be an esports game, but they're probably going to try it because esports are a big thing right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in it for the game makers. There's not a lot. That's kind of the funny thing as well, is that esports, there's a lot of money in it for the people that make the game, obviously, but for the players themselves, there's just not the money there. And Total Biscuit has talked about several times where him funding his esports team for StarCraft 2 was a loss. And that, they never made money. It was just a labor of love. Yeah. And running an esports team is a money pit. Yeah.
Hopefully one day it's getting a lot more legitimate, and I think that'll change in the next decade. But we're kind of at this point where it's like, they've just got a fire hose, and they're like, what's going to work? What's going to be the thing? And so everything is becoming esports right now. And it doesn't need to be. But, in a few years,
it's still just laughable that Hearthstone is an esport.
Yeah. Yeah, Hearthstone's a terrible esport. It's fun to watch, but it is a bad esport because of the unpredictability. But let's not get too far off on that. We've already got we're 45 minutes in, and we're not even done with the first conference.
Yeah, well, let's finish off the EA conference with the highlight of the evening that they decided to end up with, a fucking mobile game.
Just the way that you said that was amazing.
Really? This is what you end on? I understand that, people that stuck around for this long through the Battlefront 2 stuff are either, people reporting on it like us or hardcore Star Wars fans. So, while you wait for the next Star Wars game and or in between your runs on Battlefront 1, here, have our Star Wars scanner box on your mobile phones.
Another one. Another Star Wars scanner box.
Yeah, and also my entire... I have two notes for this. One, mobile games wrapping up at E3 conference. Goody. And then, so who the fuck is Grand Admiral Thrawn? No, wait, never mind. I don't care anymore.
I love Thrawn. I mean, they're using that to market to people who actually care about the extended universe.
Yeah, but they
me.
How many times did they say his name in like 5 minutes? And they always use the entire name
Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah, it's. I think. I wonder if there's some sort of psychological trick there. You know, they have someone on staff to write these scripts to try to implant the memory or implant some sort of feeling into. Actually, that's a good thought now that I think about it. Just how much of these scripts are built around psychology to try to get that desire going even more?
A lot. A whole lot.
And you can see all the tricks.
Yep.
All the mind tricks, as you would say.
Hi-yo. Well, with that terrible pun, ready to talk in general about the conference a little bit? Because we said we would do that towards the end.
Yeah.
If there was anything we wanted to add.
Yeah, the EA conference was a complete waste of time if you're not a Star Wars fan, pretty much.
Yeah,
because they skipped. Well, I was sorry. They pretty much skipped over everything of note outside of Need for Speed Payback. They talked about some, and everything else was either Battlefront or their sports games.
Yeah,
I mean, hell, even Anthem. They just showed a trailer.
Yeah. They didn't talk about it at all, despite being a pretty big release for them. I assume that there's going to be some exclusivity by the Xbox that either I just missed or they haven't mentioned yet, because that was the only other place that we saw anything about Anthem was the Microsoft conference. But we'll get to that soon. About the EA conference in general, I liked it more than you did, but I still didn't like it. But the reason I liked it more is because I'm a big Star Wars guy, and so I care about all that extra little stuff. And then I was pretty excited about Need for Speed. So that gave me a little boost kind of in the middle when it was, once we got past all the sucky stuff, or the initial sucky stuff, I should say. And then we got into more later. But yeah, it was a big waste.
Yeah, well,
I feel like
you could also see why my notes were getting more and more vulgar as we went on.
Yeah, I think that they had learned a lesson, but it was the wrong lesson, and they were just trying to appeal to fans of all of their stuff. It's
basically what suits think gamers want.
Right, which is Star Wars for EA at this point.
And esports.
And esports, yeah. Star Wars and esports. So, yep. I skipped through a whole bunch of it because I watched the VOD, and I was really happy that I got to skip through a bunch of it. Particularly the men in suits. That was just bad. That was almost the cringiest thing at the conference. Almost. So close. But
yeah, we have another day and a half worth of conferences to get through before we get to the cringiest thing.
Yep, something like that. Let's take just a second. I'm going to mark a timestamp down for this to make my editing easier later.
Shocking.
Give me a timestamp since you are always keep up with that better than I do.
4806.
4806. Thank you very much, sir. All right, with that official timestamp, which of course will be different in the edit, but where I can maneuver to it, let us move on to the Bethesda conference. Or I'm sorry,
are you skipping ahead?
The Microsoft conference. My cursor's sitting next to Bethesda because I typed out the timestamp and then just went down to Bethesda.
I mean, why would you want to skip the Microsoft conference? There was at least a couple interesting things to talk about there.
I'll fix it in post. Let's move on to the Microsoft conference now.
Woo, resolutions!
Yeah, my very first note was hitting the 4K bottle early, I see, Phil Spencer.
Oh, no, it's Ultra 4K. Woo.
Yeah, Ultra 4K. Did you see the bit of sass that Phil threw out there later that the PS4 Pro wasn't actually a competitor for the new Xbox because it's not actually 4K? I think that was a tweet, but it might have been in an article I read.
Well, I didn't see it, so it must have been a tweet. And also, feel true power. Yeah, build a PC.
Yeah, I did. So the Xbox Scorpio, they named it something stupid, but you pointed out what you thought they were doing with the naming convention.
Yeah, let's just dive right into that.
It is the Xbox One X. Stupid, but you said that the initials would be Xbox.
Yeah.
So that is almost certainly what they were doing.
Yeah. XB1, OX. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yep.
Doesn't make it any less stupid.
No.
At this point, why don't we just call it the Xbox One XX?
Someone also posted a tweet that they needed to have a super energy efficient version called the E, so that the Xbox One lineup would spell sex. Because the Xbox One S, then you'd have the Xbox E for eco, and then the Xbox One X.
And that also represents all the kids that are online that fucked your mom.
Yeah. So, I mean, they were touting it, all of its
obviously
things.
they didn't learn a damn thing from Nintendo.
No.
Granted, the Wii U's problems didn't just extend solely from its terrible name, but it definitely didn't help things that, it sounded like it was just an expansion or, an add-on to the Wii. But, terrible name.
Yeah. I did like, though, that they actually put up a few real specs. It wasn't just 6 teraflops. They gave us how much RAM it had, the GPU clock speed, and they told us that it was a vapor chamber cooled console.
Yeah, which is a pretty much standard PC cooling. It's essentially a heat pipe, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
The one thing that really stands out on this, a 4K Blu-ray player. Sony, who owns the patent to Blu-ray, does not have a 4K Blu-ray player in their console.
Yeah. That is true. That is very true. I didn't even think about that. I was actually pretty impressed that they were talking about frame rates and super sampling.
On some things. For overall, they didn't mention a damn thing about frame rate. They mostly focused on super sampling 4K, which super sampling is, a minuscule improvement. 4K, most people, I don't think, have 4K TVs yet.
No, they're getting there, though. 4K is probably another year or two away from widespread adoption. The prices are coming down. It's almost in that sweet spot where 1080p TVs start to become prevalent.
And really just loading times, and that's it.
Yeah. They didn't mention what the hard drive was going to be, capacity or type. I assume that they're going to go with a 7,200 RPM drive.
They almost have to if they're talking about load speeds.
Yeah, because the Xbox One, the standard hard drive is a 5,200 RPM drive. And that's one of the biggest. Whenever I play games, I always use an external drive, because even an external platter drive will be faster and better than the internal drive.
And also, they mentioned that it's the smallest Xbox, but didn't state a size.
No, but if it's smaller than the Xbox One S, which they...
Oh, that is going to be so confusing, isn't it? Especially since S and X sort of sound the same as well.
Yeah, and S is supposed to be slim, but the Xbox One X is going to be smaller. So I don't know how big it's going to be. I assume it'll probably be pretty close to the size of the Xbox 360.
Yeah, probably. I would guess maybe a couple inches smaller.
Which I wish they wouldn't have done that, honestly. I wish they would have kept it the same size for cooling issues. Because, sure, they're going to use a vapor chamber cooling system, which is nice. Well, yeah, heat pipe, a fancy term for heat pipe. They're going to use a fancy heat pipe for cooling, which is good and all that. But it would be nice if the case was bigger and had some better airflow. Because the standard Xbox One and the S get ridiculously hot. And they're going to be packing more powerful hardware, so it'll kind of balance itself out in my mind. I mean, it might not. They might have worked it out better.
Well, it also depends on the frame, because, at least in the other Xboxes, I've watched some teardown videos of these things. Just to, you got to know these things, I guess. They use a lot of heat dumping into the frame of the console itself, really. So it also depends on what the console is made out of.
Yeah, that's true. The other couple of specs that they mentioned were that it had, let's see, did they say 12 gigabytes of RAM? I didn't make note of that.
Yeah, they said 12 DDR5 memory, which, to be honest, 12 sounds like a lot, but then you have to realize that is split between the video and the console itself, with some of it also being reserved for the OS, essentially.
Yeah, but
and don't forget one guy going woo for GDR5.
Yeah. Well,
sorry, DDR5. I have a typo on my notes.
Oh, nice. If it works out to be roughly the same sort of split on the other versions of the Xbox, you'll probably get 8 to 9 gigabytes of memory to work with the graphics, like specifically for the graphics processing. Because it tends to be about 1/3 is used to run the system itself, the OS and the CPU and
Which
the machine.
seems very inefficient, doesn't it?
Yeah. But, I mean, that's, it's an improvement. And it's GDDR5. In the Xbox One, it was still DDR3. Or maybe it was DDR4. But regardless, the whole thing is 5 now, which will improve speeds. And hopefully streamline that a bit better. Because that was where they were having huge bottlenecks with the Xbox One. They just didn't have fast enough RAM. Because they were trying to do the whole multitasking thing. And so they thought that...
But didn't have enough RAM and fast enough to do it.
Yeah. So their whole plan in the beginning was to streamline the OS. But as they discovered the version of Windows 8 and then later 10 that was running on the Xbox was not efficient at all.
Also known as being Windows 10.
Yeah. So... good improvement there. And then what was the clock speed on the video card?
Well, I may have it wrong here, but they said 1.172 gigahertz.
Yeah, I was thinking it was around 1.2 gigahertz, which is pretty good. I mean, that's roughly the clock speed. And I know that there's a lot of differences and a lot of things that make it more...
it depends on the architecture and a lot of behind the scenes stuff, which makes all these specs completely meaningless, except for comparing to the previous Xbox.
But in general,
the pre-show they kept talking. The people that they had for the Twitch stream, they kept talking about, how many teraflops do you think it'll have? I hope it has. It's like, who uses the term teraflop in just general conversation?
Supercomputer people, where that teraflops is actually a useful form of measurement for running massive amounts of mathematical computations
and that's
for simulations.
About it. And hearing them trying to sound intelligent about console specs and using the term teraflop over and over again. Maybe it's just me being cynical overall, which is very likely, actually.
Yeah, I think... Oh, look, there's a full spec sheet, actually, that I just found. Okay, so CPU compared to the Xbox One, 8-core 2.3 gigahertz processor versus the 8-core 1.75 gigahertz processor in the Xbox One. GPU, 1.172 gigahertz versus 853 megahertz. So, in the same system architecture, it's going to be quite a bit more powerful. Which, is nice and all.
My problem with this is that they're not going to use it for frame rate. They're just going to make the game shinier.
Yeah, that's frustrating. It looks like they've got it listed with a 1 terabyte hard drive, which is nice, but we don't know what the speed is on that. Or if it's an SSD. I doubt it's an SSD, because a 1 terabyte SSD.
Yeah, well, they also said it was. This is essentially a $500 console, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's.
And it's seeing a Christmas or a holiday release, isn't it?
Yeah, didn't they say November or something of this year? So yeah, holiday 2017.
Yeah, thereabouts. So they're gonna have to get on board.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're gonna run into the Nintendo. Just stock issue.
Yeah, I'm glad to see. Okay, so where consoles in the past have always been good in comparison to PC is having a powerful box that it just works with things. And the 360 generation, Xbox 360 generation, PS3, did that. And then they held on for too long and didn't catch up. But the power that I think that this is going to have. Like,
Yeah, it does look like it's very powerful for its specs overall.
I think though that this lines up with what you could spend $800 or $900 for on a PC right now, and the optimization that comes with having one single set of specs to develop for going forward. I think we might actually get a decent 3 or 4 years out of this. It's nowhere. It's not going to be 10. Like, I'm not even going to go for that. But I think that we might actually get 3 or 4 years out of this one and not complain right out the gate that it's anemic. Because I put in my notes, like, that its specs are pretty similar to what's in my rig, actually. It's got faster RAM. It's got more cores in its CPU, which all of that's custom stuff. You can't really do anything with a CPU, really. Yeah. But the graphics card that's in it, or the graphics processor, is right along the lines of what you can buy, like in a 480 or a 1060 or a 980.
They're like getting a 480 right now.
Yeah, I think, isn't the 480 up to like $500?
Yeah, because of the cryptocurrency miners.
Yeah, Ethereum mining. It's like the number 2 rated graphics card to mine it. But anyways, I think that it compares nicely to mid-range PCs right now. And sure, you're absolutely right. Like, I'm not trying to say that you can compare it directly across, but it looks a lot more promising than the last one did. And so I'm hoping that it works out for them to see the console market get back a little bit. Because, I mean, we're PC gamers at heart, but the console market is still a huge part of gaming culture. And if it flops, then, you know, it hurts gaming as a whole. So I want them to do well and have a pretty powerful box. So there I am, being the optimist on the show again. Still, we're going to wait and see.
It's good to see that survived the EA's conference.
Yeah. You know, still we'll have to wait and see once we actually get some out there that people can test and get some proper benchmarking and comparisons done. Then we'll know for sure. But I feel a little bit better about this than I did about the Xbox One launch a few years ago. So, yeah. There's that. I don't think I'll buy one. I don't know, maybe in a few years if my Xbox One dies. But I mean, really, at that point, I'll probably just buy a Roku or something.
Gesundheit.
Because since they're
I'm hearing a beeping on my end. From you. Yeah, I was hearing something going on there. And I'm pretty sure that's not from my computer anywhere. So I'm just going to blame you.
I was rocking in my chair. It might have been a noise my chair was making.
So it was probably just a squeak that was just barely picking up.
Yeah. But anyways, since Microsoft seems to be going forward with this Play Anywhere thing, all of, or almost all of their games, at least their major titles, are going to be purchasable or playable on Windows 10. So I don't really need an Xbox to play games.
So, shall we move to some vroom, vroom, vroom?
Yes, Forza 7. I'm very excited to see another Forza game. I love Forza. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I've honestly have really nothing to say about this because I never play a Forza game. But they did mention 60 FPS, so, you know, they have that going for them, which is nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, Forza 5 and 6 both run at 60 FPS. It's not that hard to get a car game to run at 60 FPS.
Yeah, but the fact that they have to specifically mention it is, sad.
Yeah. The biggest thing I mean, this is, if you've played Forza before, Forza 7 is more Forza with prettier graphics and updated car lists, basically. But the one thing that they've really added, or I guess two things, is one, female drivers, which is nice because, you know, there are female drivers in the real world. Mm-hmm.
And they have they brought out 2 on stage. Honestly, I couldn't tell if that was live gameplay footage or recorded.
I don't know. Hard to tell. Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, they brought them out and then immediately cut to full screen gameplay footage and then, never mentioned them again or showed them. They just saw the silhouette going off the screen or off stage. It's like, okay, so why even bring them out? All right, boobs.
It's hard to tell, but there are some real race car drivers that use these games to get a feel for a track. So I don't know. It could have been real. It was really hard to tell. But then they also have create a driver, like customization stuff now, which I hope means that they'll have a much better campaign story, like, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, career mode, I guess. Hopefully a more in-depth one, because Forza 2 had a pretty decent in-depth career mode, and then after that, it became a lot more about the flashiness of the cars. Forza 3 wasn't bad, but 4 and 5 really took they went for the whole, we've got Top Gear, to paying for that, and pretty cars.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have to say, their whole reveal about the Porsche 911 GT2 RS was stupid.
Yeah,
that is not...
Yeah, is there a huge crossover between people that buy Forza and buy supercars?
I don't know. Maybe. But that's not even a great car to reveal. Like, I was like, ooh, are we going to get something from, like, Ferrari or Lamborghini?
Well,
or even
I like to bring up Toll Biscuit again. Yeah, Porsche, you have to give it to Porsche, selling a car in the U.S. with the term 911 in it.
Very true. Very true. But no, they should have brought out the Porsche 918, the Spider. That's coming out soon. And the 918 is like their flagship supercar.
Well, at least it didn't come down from the ceiling this year.
That's true. That was better.
Even though if it was the Spider, it should have come down from the ceiling.
It should have, yeah. But I just had to, I know about cars, and Porsche, I like Porsches and all that. They're cool. But they tried to make a big deal out of this, and this isn't even that great of a car.
And then they had a very clumsy, and like the Porsche, it's like, oh, dear, wow.
Yeah. I mean, if someone there was going to, give me that car, I'd take it without a second thought. But, yeah, it's not that special. You're just trying to sound cool to people who don't know anything about cars. And honestly, the audience who plays Forza is probably going to know that you're bullshitting them right then.
Well, to be honest...
So I don't know why they did it.
Well, to be honest, I don't know a lot about cars, but it didn't sound cool to me. It sounded rather lame and forced, and I wanted them to actually talk about video games. The entire reason why I'm watching this conference in the first place.
Yeah.
But then again, what do I know?
Yeah, nope, you pretty much hit it on that. I mean, it's a great car, but you're wasting everyone's time with that.
No, that's later in the conference.
Oh, there's lots of things wasting everyone's time later in this conference. Anyways, then they talked about how many exclusives they have. And I have a note before we get to the games. Why are people cheering console exclusives again?
I tweeted that out.
Unless they are first-party titles, there's no reason to cheer that bullshit. But it's like, we have the most exclusives. And everyone's like, woo! And I'm like, fuck you guys.
Well, also, you get this weird thing of... Microsoft has a weird term when it comes to their exclusives, because a lot of times when they're talking about console exclusives, they mean it's on Xbox and Windows 10.
Yeah.
And it's just... they keep using the term exclusive, and it's like... that word doesn't mean what you think it means,
Yeah. But yeah, so let's dig into the list. There's a lot here, and exclusive is currently my trigger word, so I might just spontaneously combust. I'll do my best to keep it in.
Well, I kind of skipped over, especially their montages that they had.
Yeah, I kind of skipped over the montage too, but they went through a lot of games, just showing a trailer for the game. Xbox was very much games. I think that's the lesson that they've learned. Go back to game stuff. But then they had 20 trailers?
Yeah, they had 20 trailers, just a boom, 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 boom. And it was like, hey, I kind of know that game. I think I know that one. Oh, look, RoboCraft.
Yeah. So it's again, they went with a fire hose. Let's just get all these games out there because that's what people want.
Well, they talked about having over 40 games in an hour and a half conference or an hour conference or something like that. And it's just, okay, so obviously they're going to not be talking about a lot of these. Which kind of it has to be a little bit depressing for the developer to hear, oh, my project's going to be talked about on the E3 stage. No, we're just going to show the trailer. You're going to get 10 seconds and a montage that has 20 other games.
Yeah. But that was the last thing they did. I guess they did their bigger or the things that they thought were more important. They each got individual trailers. And a couple of things were said about a couple of them, but mostly it was trailer. And then they had their montage at the end that had a whole bunch of games in it. But the first game that they showed in this sort of rapid fire thing was Metro Exodus, which actually got a little bit of, I assume it's supposed to be gameplay. Either that or it was just an extended trailer. Kind of hard to tell.
I think it might have been gameplay, or at least very prettified versions of gameplay, because you have, once again, E3 conference video is not indicative of what you'll actually get.
Yeah, it seemed more like the stuff in the tunnel was trailer or a cutscene, and then the stuff outside of the tunnel was more gameplay.
Yeah,
but,
particularly with how the camera moved. And that is something that I've kind of noticed, is that the more and more gameplay I watch that the people are using controllers, the more I hate it. It's just the way the camera moves and the way that the people have to play. It's just like, okay, they're going to check to their left and right. Left. Oh, we're back to the center. Oh,
it's like it's a sweeping motion instead of that instant turn you get with a mouse.
Yeah, and for a game like Metro, I think that's not going to be very fun.
No, Metro is very twitchy because you have to respond super quick to things that come out. So either you're going to be hampered by the controls, or they're going to change the gameplay and make it a little bit worse.
Or they're going to have a lot of auto-aim.
Yeah, but Metro Exodus is the next game in the Metro series.
And it looks like they're going to focus a lot more on surface gameplay.
Yeah, which I think is nice. Metro 2033 and what was it, Metro Last Light, are very claustrophobic. And they're supposed to be horror games, so I get that. And maybe because I don't really like horror games very much, that's why I don't like it. But I just don't like it. It makes me feel
it felt very
anxious.
It felt like you're giving a small map to explore on this.
Yeah. I assume, based on the title and the fact that the end of the trailer is like they get on a train and go somewhere.
Which I'm assuming instantly sold you on this game.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. The train was definitely a redeeming feature. I was like, oh, look, a train. Maybe there'll be some customization involved with it.
Yeah, I was watching this. I saw the train. I was like, well, here's Jared's game of the conference.
Yeah, but all that potential horror stuff does not make me feel good, because I don't like horror. But, I mean, I liked the first Metro game, and I played Last Light, but it was even more claustrophobic than the first one. So, I just didn't like it as much. But, I mean, it looked pretty good. It's one that I'm going to wait and see.
Yeah.
And then maybe give it a look. It's definitely not on my top list of the show, but it was one that I'm like, okay, I'll give this one a second look later on. Next in line, Assassin's Creed Origins, which we've known about this for forever. They acted like it was the world premiere, but this game leaked months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, it's the Egypt Assassin's Creed game. That's cool.
Yeah, but it is kind of funny that they're taking the literal route with Eagle Vision now.
Yeah, now you control an eagle, which I thought, I was like, okay, that's cute. But I'm just so far removed from the Assassin's Creed series at this point. I've played a bunch of them, but I'm haven't played the last 3 games, and I just really don't care. I just don't care about it anymore.
Yeah, my notes are the start of the series, sorta, because they're going all the way back to ancient Egypt and saying that that's the beginning of the order, which also kind of excludes anything before that as well. So,
yeah,
let's see if that break in the series actually pays off, because they took a year break just trying to essentially make it pull Assassin's Creed just out of the crapper, really, because they got to the point where the game was being released and it was so buggy and broken and really just blah.
Yeah. I like Assassin's Creed, but that's why. It's like every Assassin's Creed game just like, oh, Assassin's Creed, the more Assassin's Creed version of Assassin's Creed with more bugs this time. That's what every release felt like to me, just more of the same with more bugs. If they do some things different with this, which the trailer doesn't really make me feel like they're going to do anything different with it. It looks like more Assassin's Creed with a couple of new mechanics, like actually flying the eagle around.
Well, it does feel like they're making the series a little bit more diverse in gameplay with the eagle, and they're trying to borrow some more elements from Black Flag with the underwater combat.
Yeah.
But I also noted that the presenter said X-Bone.
I missed that. Oh, God.
See, this is what happens when you skip around.
I watched most of the Assassin's Creed thing, but I just missed it. I might have been taking notes at that point. Or
And something else I really noticed about this, and this really put me off from the game, but when they were doing the gameplay and they were showing the gear menu, did it seem exceptionally slow to you?
Yeah, it felt like they were borrowing from recent games like Destiny and No Man's Sky.
Yeah, where for one, it had a cursor, which honestly it didn't need, but also the cursor moved at a quarter of the speed that it should.
Yeah. I was getting that vibe.
And I was just looking and thinking, okay, this isn't slowing down, is it? Why is it so slow?
Yeah, I was getting some worrisome vibes from that.
Honestly, that menu makes me think that this is that at least that the menu system would work a lot better on PC.
It probably would, as long as they remove the like little console cursor and just use a mouse cursor, which they won't.
Yeah, I can't have that. And not sure if I like the controllable arrows. I think it really depends on gameplay, though.
I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, that was one of the things I was like, okay, maybe. That's how I felt about this game. Like, okay, maybe. It feels like a lot more Assassin's Creed with a few extra tweaks, but maybe. Especially if it's not broken on release.
And let's see, then they mentioned Mixer really quick, which is streaming software.
Yeah, that's Microsoft's new streaming service to try and compete with Twitch. And, I mean, good luck to them.
Yeah, they'll need it.
Yeah. It won't go anywhere on PC for sure, but it might do okay on console, because they already have some built-in streaming stuff, not just to Twitch. Like, they actually have a built-in Microsoft streaming thing where you can watch streams directly. Like, okay,
let me
start this explanation. Let me start this explanation over. Say that you want to go look at a game on the Microsoft Store.
Not sure why I would. On a console, huh?
Pretend that you're a console peasant and you want to go check out the new Call of Duty 7.
Excuse me, killing myself.
And you go to look at it and you're not sure if you want to buy it. You can scroll over to an active players menu and just watch people who are streaming the game using this Microsoft, like built-in Microsoft thing. And it works pretty well. So I think it might do okay on console.
I really doubt that would sell me on a game.
No, but it's like, do you want to know more about the game? Well, here you can go watch active streams of people playing it right now. You don't have to go to YouTube or Twitch. Like, it's built into our ecosystem. And that's a pretty neat feature, and it might do okay on console, but I really don't think that it's going to do what they want it to do. They're just, I mean, Google couldn't overthrow Twitch. I don't know how Microsoft's going to do it.
Captive audience.
Maybe, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, best of luck.
All right, then they had PlayerUnknown Battleground, and they used the term exclusive here, so I'm assuming it's only going to be in Xbox. And there's a lot more info on the upcoming update for PlayerUnknown's Battleground, and I think it was the PC Gaming Show, but they really just kind of brought him out and said, well, or brought the game out. PlayerUnknown was actually on the PC Gaming Show, and said, yeah, exclusive on Xbox, and kind of just left it at that, really.
Yeah, and I mean, this is already an active, known game that I think we've talked about before. So,
yeah, that's something else that I got, especially in the huge montage that they did later or towards the end of the show, was that it was a lot of really cross-pollination between PC and console, both ways. Games from console going to PC and vice versa. Particularly our early access games from PC going to console.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm okay with this cross-pollination. Like I said, the more sort of competition there is between all the platforms, or the more sort of overlap that there is, the bigger and stronger the gaming industry becomes. As long as they don't fuck it up too much.
And as long as the ports are decent. Because if a game comes to PC and you can't play it, it may as well not be there.
Yeah, and I think this kind of supports my theory of eventually there being just a unified gaming platform. Like,
as long as I can still use Steam, I'm fine with this.
Yeah, like every device can play every game, like that sort of thing, and eventually it's all going to be, streamed like everything else. I think that this is like the beginning steps. Like all of these platforms, like things that, even last year, like no one would ever think. I'm not sure about
games being streamed because at least the United States just doesn't have the infrastructure for it.
Well, I'm talking about like in the next decade or two. Not
it's just,
tomorrow.
It's not even just the infrastructure, but the United States is just too big geographically.
We'll get there.
You would have to have a huge server farm in every state to have a decent. Well, except for the northeast, New England, because states are tiny there for some reason. But just geographically, if you're too far away from the server, you're just going to suffer. So people out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, the streaming service is going to be terrible for them.
Nope. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. We'll be there, and I think in the next decade we're going to see this really start to become a thing, and then in the next 2, maybe 3 decades, that will just be what it is. And all of your companies are just going to develop games. And they might have their, like Steam and Origin and all that, their platform, but it'll just be stream the game from the place, just like with Netflix. The same things that you're saying about this right now, people were saying about Netflix 10, True. 15 years ago. And look at where we are now. Netflix
there's one
rivals Comcast.
There's one key difference between Netflix and a streaming video game.
Input. I know. Controller input.
Well, I was going to say that you could buffer.
Fair.
Because you could, even if you're on a crummy connection with a terrible lag, you can allow a movie to buffer for 5 minutes and, not have to worry that much. Doesn't work that way for gaming. Unless you're playing something like Civ.
Yeah. We'll get there. Anyways, we're getting way off of E3 topics and talking about other things, so let's just keep going.
Well, if you want to have a 6-hour show, so be it.
Oh, God.
You're the one editing this mess.
Oh, God, help me.
Sorry, I'm busy right now.
Nice.
Deep Rock Galactic. Not a lot of info, but dwarves with guns and lots of spiders.
Yeah. At first I was like, sweet. And then I was like, oh, because I don't like spiders, but...
It really depends on, if that's the only thing. I mean, if it's just, dwarves mining and killing spiders, that would get boring pretty quickly.
Maybe for you.
But moving right along to getting boring very quickly, State of Decay 2.
Yep, I mean, this was at E3 last year. They didn't really show us anything new except maybe some more gameplay. Hard to tell, again. But, I mean, it looks like State of Decay 1.
Yeah, well, my note for this is it feels so generic.
Yeah. I mean, I really liked the original State of Decay, but there have been a lot of games that have done what State of Decay did, and I don't see any real improvements or innovations out of this based on what we've seen so far. So, I don't know.
And also,
not really much to say about it.
Well, it didn't really sell me on it. Oh, look, zombies. And then in the cutscene or whatever, the zombies were just standing around like they were in a kung fu movie, and they were being taken out one by whoever it was.
Yeah.
And it's just, no. Maybe it's just, it comes down to, this isn't for me.
Yeah. We'll see.
Well, speaking of not for me, the announcer that they had on stage for the Darwin Project.
Yeah. At first I was like, oh, this looks interesting. And then, like, once the announcer started and I actually got into it, I was like,
eSport announcers. Oh.
Yeah. It's
some sort of battle royale game. I think they had like 30 seconds or a minute gameplay with this annoying announcer over it.
Yeah.
And they didn't mention anything else.
Yeah, it seems like a Hunger Games style game.
Which that seems to be the flavor of the month now, because we just mentioned PlayerUnknown's Battleground. That's the same thing. We have King of the Kill from H1Z1 with Sony or Daybreak or whoever they are now. You're just seeing a lot of these battle royale games. Let's see, there's at least 2 or 3 more that I have in my library.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is turning into essentially what the survival sandbox was, where it's this nomadic player base that just keeps moving from game to game. Honestly, turning them... there's a lot of crossover because they turn into essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Because that's the big thing. It's not so much surviving the elements, it's surviving their players. It's more of a structure this time.
Right. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's for me.
Yeah, I doubt it's for me either, but to be honest, I was so turned off by the esports announcer that, I really don't care. And then let's see. Minecraft gets stage time for an update.
Yep.
Granted, it is a fairly decent update where they're combining servers across platforms, except for PlayStation.
I was going to say, yeah, they're like, yes, now all platforms can play together. And then you go look at the list and Sony is absent. But you got Switch on there, which I think is interesting. It's Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, mobile devices, VR Minecraft, and then the Windows 10 version of Minecraft.
Well, this isn't Minecraft. This is them talking about Rocket League. But they state that they don't want to subject their players to unknown networks, essentially, and beyond their control.
Yeah.
Nintendo, the most family-friendly of consoles, is allowing it.
Yeah. This is just Sony being Sony on that respect. Yeah, you're right. But still, I think that's interesting. Like, they even got Nintendo on board.
Yeah, which Nintendo, they're so backwards when it comes to online capabilities. Matter of fact, they didn't talk about it in their conference, so I'll bring it up here. There's some people talking about how in order to do voice chat on the Nintendo console on the Switch, you have to have a smartphone, and you plug in your headset to that.
Yep.
And you're running a third-party app.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
And you have to pay for it.
No, if you want to have game audio and voice chat coming through your headphones, you have to buy a splitter and use a splitter and plug the cable from the Switch into the splitter, and then plug the splitter into your phone, and then your headset in, or your earbuds on your head.
Yeah, but if you do that, how will the other people at your millennial rooftop party could hear the gameplay audio?
Or in your weird garage where cars are. But we'll get to that.
Or in the tunnel where you're flipping around with a soccer ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Those are all things from the E3 conference this year, guys. We'll get there in like 6 hours.
Yeah, see you then. Hope you packed a lunch.
But yeah, I mean, that was really all they had to say about Minecraft. Bringing all the versions together. Oh, and 4K.
Yeah, 4K.
I love how Phil Spencer was like, man, seeing that Minecraft in 4K was beautiful. And I'm like, it's
Minecraft. It's Minecraft. Minecraft is, well, first of all, the version for consoles and Windows 10, it actually can run in 4K because it's not Java-based. But 4K Minecraft, that's probably the worst use of 4K for a game I could think of.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, even Terraria, which wouldn't be much more use, it would at least expand your field of view.
Yeah. Oh, silly. Drink it from that 4K bottle again. And then
Dragon Ball Fighter Z.
I was like, wow, Dragon Ball Z. I don't care.
Well, my note is, seems rather silly and over the top, so I guess it fits the show.
Yeah, all the Dragon Ball games are.
And my tweet for this was, yelling at one another for 4 episodes, the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
And let's see, Black Desert Online, which is an MMO that's already on PC, so there's really not a lot to talk about.
No, I do intend to play that on PC at some point, but I definitely would not play it on console, so.
Let's see, the last night, pixel art over very highly detailed backgrounds. It didn't really, that juxtaposition between the two art styles really was clashing for me. I didn't like it.
Yeah, the last night. My note for that is pixel art thing, ? This is odd.
Yeah, and there was no more info given. There's another conference had some more info, but not a lot. But let's see, Artful Escape, music-based platformer. Interesting, but not a lot more. It was a guy playing the guitar, and every time he strummed the guitar, it had some sort of notes that was propelling him upwards.
Yeah, it looked neat, but as a platformer, I'm just probably not interested.
Let's see, Project Vixen, no info given whatsoever.
Yeah, I didn't even take a note about that, actually.
And then Sea of Thieves. This actually was a little surprising to me because last year when they did this, they had the horrible streamers. And this actually looked like a fun game this time.
Yeah, it looked way better this go around.
Granted, I think the first time they showed it, it was pretty much an alpha, and just comparing the graphics between the two and the gameplay, it's day and night, really.
Yeah, it looked a lot better and a lot more fun this go around. Although I did like the streamers last year because it felt super campy, and I mean it was bad, but it was like bad in a fun way, and I kind of like that. But that's just me because
you're bad in a kind of a fun way.
I'll take it. But
I did kind of like the jokes breaking the fourth wall with the narrator.
Yeah.
I wonder if that sort of humor will play over into the game itself.
I don't know. Maybe, but I find that hard to believe. I felt like that was pretty structured to do as a trailer.
Yeah, for the trailer, it didn't really give a lot of gameplay feeling. Granted, they did show a fair amount of gameplay in this, and it looks like it's mostly teams of players.
Yeah.
So if you're going into this by yourself, you're completely out of luck unless you're allowed to play with randoms, which not a game I would want to play with randoms, to be perfectly honest.
No, probably not.
And PvP combat ? Because they didn't really tell you if that was other players on the other ship. It was a little hard to tell if they were or not.
Yeah.
Because towards the end of the trailer, there was another ship that showed up that was trying to steal your booty.
Booty. Wink. Booty. Anyways. Tacoma.
Not a lot of info given here either.
No, I got kind of like a weird System Shock or Bioshock vibe from it, but really no info. It was just a trailer and it wasn't talked about, so who knows? We'll see.
And then let's see, Super Lucky's Tale, a 2.5D/3D platformer, depending on the area you're in. It was very colorful, and it did remind me of sort of a retro platformer. Hopefully in a good way, but it really depends on how well it plays because, and now I'm blanking on the name of it. The recently from Banjo-Kazooie.
Ukulele?
Ukulele, yeah, thank you. I was completely blanking on the name for a moment. Ukulele showed that even though you brought in the development team from an old platformer, it still has to play well.
Yeah. Well, Super Lucky's Tale is originally a VR title. And now
really? I didn't see that.
Yeah. I think there's actually 2 Super Lucky's Tales. Or maybe this is the second one. I don't know. But it's originally a VR title that they have made a non-VR version of to come out on Xbox. So
strange.
I wonder, I mean, this is completely speculative, but I wonder if this is kind of coming out ahead of a potential VR launch for Microsoft, or something to do with HoloLens that we'll hear about later this year.
Honestly, I'd be shocked if HoloLens is a thing for Microsoft gaming-wise. HoloLens feels more like it's a tool for industry than anything else.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's a great gaming device yet.
Yeah, I agree, but I would rather have a HoloLens than a VR headset. Even after my experience with VR, AR is still much more appealing to me.
Yeah, same here. Particularly if they could handle certain things. Have it where if I'm looking at my monitor and I could see virtual monitors around it, that would be a lot more interesting to me than having a full VR workspace.
Yeah,
mostly because I take my hand off the mouse, I can find the mouse again.
Fair enough. Yeah, but it looked cute. I mean, I don't care because it's a platformer, but it looked cute. It reminded me very much of mascot gaming, So, and I mean, I think that's what they were going for all along.
Yeah, that's something that we really got away from was the animal mascots for games. When was the last time we had a major mascot, animal mascot for a game? And no, we don't count Mario.
I guess technically Ukulele, but before that, Banjo-Kazooie? Was he the last one?
Maybe. That was towards the end of the era.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last one that I can think of. There might be another one, maybe a more obscure thing. But yeah. But I mean, we got away from that because we got better. Like, the main reason animal mascots were a thing was
easier to just render out and make look halfway decent.
Yeah, because human faces and bodies at the time looked terrible.
Which explains Mario.
Super Mario 64 looked pretty good.
Yeah, but he still looks like a block of polygons.
He does. But anyways, yeah, that was Super Lucky's Tale.
Yeah, they had an announcement for the release date of Cuphead. That's going to be in September. And I didn't mention didn't write down the particular day, but Cuphead's been delayed so many times that it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm still excited about the aesthetic of it, but I'm not so sure about the gameplay, mostly because it feels like a lot of the bosses in it are very bullet spongy, and there's no really indication that you're doing damage to them.
Yeah.
Did you notice that in the gameplay that they showed?
I did. I've not really been interested in Cuphead outside of, that's a neat new art style to do.
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm interested in it for, is the art style, because I haven't seen a game like it.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're just going for bullet spongy bosses, which, just doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
So, shall we move along to Terry Crews the game?
Sure. Crackdown 3.
Yeah, delightfully over the top.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, no matter how good or bad it is, because the Crackdown series is just about being dumb and having fun blowing dudes up as like a superhero.
Yeah, how about coming out on PC, though?
That would be nice. I mean, it'll be part of the Play Anywhere, so technically it will be out on PC. It'll never come to Steam. But you'll be able to buy it through the Windows 10 store if you'd like.
Goody.
It
did have a Saints Row kind of feel to it as well, as particularly Saints Row 4.
Yeah, I mean, Crackdown has always been that way, though. The first two games were that. It was the Saints Row. It was Saints Row 4 before Saints Row 4 was a thing.
Yeah.
Except with somehow a lot more guns and explosions.
And then let's see, we had the gaming montage, which just about note was lots of PC exclusives coming out on Xbox.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't take any notes about it. I just was like, this is too fast. I'm not going to bother. But that was how I felt about it, too. I was like, I recognize that game. And that one and that one. These are all PC games.
Yeah, I would say a good quarter to half was formerly PC exclusive games coming out to Xbox.
Yeah.
Then let's see, Ashen. And funny, that I didn't see a couch in this game anywhere. For those who don't know, there's a YouTuber called Ashens that he records things on a couch, usually either very bad. They're called pop stations. They're essentially just terrible handhelds, LCD screens, just terrible games, terrible food, loot boxes, or knockoffs from Poundland. I'm pretty sure my theory at one point was that there was this assassin trying to poison him with just terrible food. Just go look up Ashen's 1,000-Year Egg. You'll thank me.
So yeah, Ashen. Iron Man suits the RPG. I mean, they're not actually Iron Man suits, but they really feel super heavily inspired by Iron Man suits.
I didn't get that vibe. Are you sure you're on the right note? Because I didn't see anything that really thought...
Oh, no, that's Anthem, not Ashen. You're right. I'm confusing the two.
I was sitting here thinking, where the hell did you see this?
You're right. I'm confusing Ashen with Anthem, which I made that mistake when I was watching the conference, too. I was like, oh my gosh, Iron Man suit game. Wait, no. This is not that.
Yeah, this is a very washed out colors, a lot of darkness actually, which I'm not sure would work out well for a game. Darkness in games make it very annoying to play.
Yeah.
And they're doing if I'm recalling correctly, they're wanting to do a sort of pseudo Dark Souls-esque thing where you could occasionally encounter players to help you in your journey.
Or hurt you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks sort of interesting, but like as a concept to me, but this game does not appeal to me at all.
Yeah, and it looks like it's staying on the console. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah.
All right, so Life is Strange Before the Storm. Oh, boy.
I'm not really very excited about this.
Yeah, my excitement has been greatly tempered by a lot of things I've learned past this. For one, it's set before the series, so it is a prequel, and it's a shorter series with only 3 episodes, or I guess 4. We'll get into that in a little bit, and another reason why I'm not exactly excited about this. It's coming this fall. As a matter of fact, its Steam store page is up, but do not pre-order because that's a spanking. But the main thing that has me taking pause with this, one, the original voice actress for Chloe, which is the focus of the game, is not in this game because the voice actor strike. She is doing a consulting role on the story, but she can't voice act for it because she'd be breaking union. And also, it's not by the original developer. It's been licensed out. It's being developed by Tech Nine Games, which has an amazing backlog of not much.
Yeah, mostly crappy games and a few mobile ones. But
yeah, I feel bad about being very, very skeptical about this game. And also, well, for one, you're playing Chloe, and they said that there's no supernatural elements in this whatsoever. So, you're not going to have the time thing either.
But they implied in the trailer that someone or something has some kind of power.
Yeah, based on what they said after the fact, I think it's just, edited that way so people that played the first game saw that. And also, they are also holding hostage a 4th episode in the deluxe version where you get one last time playing Max. But it's Max before she leaves Arcadia Bay to go to Portland, if I recall correctly. So, it'll be a 13-year-old Max. This honestly feels like the Star Wars prequels, where it's, hey, do you want to see the story about the characters you care about before you cared about them when they're a lot younger? No? Oh, too bad. You're getting it anyway.
I would be okay with the prequel aspect. Like, it sounds to me, I'm intrigued. Like, how did Chloe become Chloe? But that seems like a one-off episode thing. Like,
yeah, it should have been one episode. And the thing is also, we know a lot of the story already, unless they do some sort of major branching point, and this is a side story completely. Because, we had the entire game club about it. So you have, 2 hours of talking about this game already? Or talking about the story that led to this, or the story that this led to, or whatever. So we know the major plot points already. We know these characters.
Yeah. Telltale has done this a couple of times with games. They've done just a one-off story to either tell something before or in between or as an epilogue. And I feel like that's what this should be, a one-off, but they've licensed it out and turned it into another series, basically. And even though it's shorter than the original, I'm worried that it's just going to be stretched out. I'll probably buy it eventually, and after a year or so when it's on sale. But,
and probably get the deluxe edition when it's heavily discounted.
Yeah.
But, it's just, wow.
Yeah.
Shadow of War is up next.
Yep. Looks very much like Shadows of Mordor, except with an expansion to the whole Nemesis system.
Yeah, I still haven't played Shadow of Mordor, so I can't talk too much a comparison about this, but can you clear up one thing about the first game for me?
I could try.
Was Shrek in it?
No, he was not.
Am I the only one that got the whole Shrek feeling from that one orc that he took over, or made join his side?
No, I got that too. I thought it was funny though.
I'm not sure what I think about this, because Lord of the Rings, yes, it has humor in it, but it's usually to break up a very tense situation. But I fear having a Shrek as your sidekick, essentially, would be too much for a Lord of the Rings game.
The writing or the dialogue delivery felt a lot more like the Hobbit book, not the movies, but the book. A little bit more humorous and lighthearted, and intended for children more than adults. That's the kind of the vibe I got from the dialogue, which, if the whole thing is that way, it'll probably be a little bit odd, because you've got this very humorous, not serious, childlike dialogue mixed with what appears to be a very dark, gritty story. But, I don't know, it looked pretty good. I like the expansion to the Nemesis system. The one thing that I always wanted was to be able to sort of recruit
and take over fortresses.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I wanted, and that wasn't there, so sounds good to me. I'll check it out at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I did like that there were a bit of a strategic element in the fortress attacks as well. Yeah, figuring out the weaknesses of the fortress and trying to exploit that.
Yeah. That's an expansion of the Nemesis system as well, because previously the orc captains and things like that each had lists of weaknesses and stuff to exploit, and the more that you actually used the system to your advantage, the more you learned about that sort of stuff. So that's good, taking it to the next step or the next level.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked we haven't really seen anyone try to use the Nemesis system outside of the Shadow of Mordor series. I mean, Shadow of Mordor's been out long enough that a game should have been in development to harp on that.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm sure they've kept it very close to their chest exactly how it works. It might be really difficult to design that sort of AI logic to do that.
Possibly.
And maybe no one else has cracked it yet. Don't know.
It's just something that kind of shocks me that we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. So next on the list, Ori and the Will o' the Wisps. Ori and the Blind Forest, this is the sequel to that. That was a cute game that, honestly, I didn't care too much about.
I haven't gotten to play it yet. It's been on my buy list for quite a while, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it was free on Xbox One a couple of years ago.
And I did make a note, a really beautiful trailer with live music. Someone's been taking some notes from Sony.
Yeah. There were actually quite a few live music events this go around.
But this one was the one that stood out to me. Or I think it may have been the first one in the conference. And Sony should take some notes from Sony and get their damn audio straight.
Yeah. But yeah, it was nice. I like the look of it, but I probably won't play it.
And finally, we have the expansion of the backwards compatibility, adding the original Xbone. Or sorry, the Xbox. Remember, it's Xbox, not Xbone back then.
The original Xbox, yeah.
Because it was Xbox One, and now it's the Xbox One. Whatever.
That's nice, but...
Well, what kind of got me a little bit excited by this announcement wasn't the announcement itself, but also because I didn't care, but the game that they used as an example.
Crimson Skies?
Exactly.
Yeah. I really don't care all that much. Not that...
But you can play original Xbox games in 4K now.
Woo. I don't have a 4K TV, so no, I can't. But...
It was super simple.
I just really don't, game design has come so far since then, and the more I'm emulating games, the more I realize, yeah, sure, there's still, games back then were great, but we've come a long way since then. And a lot of these games I just have no interest in playing anymore. And a lot of my favorite games from the original Xbox era have made their way onto PC. Like KOTOR, for example. And Halo. Halo's been remastered twice now, so I've got that if I want to play it. So,
and at this point they did mention the release date for the Xbox One. That's probably why I didn't have it in the in my notes for that. That's when they came back on stage and talked a little bit about the Xbox One X, XXXXX11X.
Yep. And then they talked about Anthem, which is Iron Man suits the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Maybe it's just because
I'm so happy.
It's BioWare, which that sounds like such a backhanded thing. This is not a game I would want from BioWare. I would want an actual RPG, and it seems like they're focusing on the multiplayer aspect of this and not the story aspect.
I'm so excited. As long as they get the gameplay loop down, this is like Destiny, like the Destiny gameplay loop, which I know you don't like it, but I love Destiny.
Well, I do like Warframe.
Combined with some BioWare storytelling.
Yeah, my notes is Attack on Titan plus Iron Man.
Yeah, plus Iron Man. All the Iron, like I'm sold on that alone. The rest of the game could be shit, but the chance to build Iron Man suits with mortars and massive missile launchers and lots of guns, like I'm in. I'm in for that.
Yeah, but you're also a lot easier to please than me.
Yeah, I'm in for that though. Although I did put in my notes the cynical part, like the faces in that demo are uncanny valley level of good. Can't wait for the downgrade.
Why do you think everyone is wearing helmets?
Yeah, but yeah, can't wait for the downgrade. That was the last part. You cut me off before I could finish that. But yeah, that was the cynical part of me coming out.
Well, I also noted that...
Yay, Iron Man suits.
Also noted that it seemed very limited on abilities. In the gameplay that they did show, it was limited to 3 per person.
Yep, don't care. Iron Man suits. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to pre-order it. I'll see, make sure the game's not broken and all that jazz on launch, but...
It's a BioWare game.
I'm in.
This is... I would want this from another company. I would want BioWare's A-team to work on, let's say, a Mass Effect game.
I'm in, guys. I'm in. And then that was the end of the Microsoft conference. So, pretty good. Pretty good conference overall, I think. Definitely they were feeding us from a fire hose.
Yeah.
So many games. And I got so tired of the word exclusive that they would say before each trailer.
Exclusive.
Fuck.
Exclusive.
Okay, that's enough, young man. But
exclusive.
I don't really have any major complaints outside of that. Like, I mean, it was a conference that was very much focused on games. And aside from their little sidetrack into the Porsche about Forza 7, I didn't really feel like they got too far off track.
Yeah, I think this was a lot better paced than the EA conference. But then again, just about anything would have been a better pace than the EA conference. Just about.
We're only one conference away from the thing that wasn't. But, nothing major to say either way. Just pretty decent. Good effort, Microsoft. Good effort.
I don't think they really need to bring Minecraft on stage every single year, though.
No, they don't, but they probably will until Minecraft drops out of popularity.
Yeah, they need to get that money back that they spent on it.
Yeah. So yeah. Give me a timestamp, and then we can move on.
1:52:29.
1:52:29. All right. On to the next major conference, which is the Bethesda conference.
Oh, boy.
The Bethesda conference wasn't that great, guys. It was a lot of stuff that we were they didn't announce anything new, did they? Well, I guess Wolfenstein, but that's at the very bottom, so... Yeah, I guess...
Wolfenstein and The Evil Within.
Also, the Bethesda conference was pretty short, too.
Yeah, very, actually. So let's just dive right in. Doom VR. Honestly, doesn't look all that fun. There's a lot of slowdown and a lot of teleporting around.
Yeah, because, I mean, obviously you can't do
you
running.
would not want to Doom in VR. You would projectile vomit.
And honestly, it still looks like it might be vomit-inducing because...
Yeah, that's my note as well. It still looks like it would cause a lot of vomit. Because you're doing a lot of teleporting around. You're doing a lot of slowdown and a lot of, honestly, disorienting things.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be vomit-inducing, but it definitely would be headache-inducing.
And honestly, Doom slowed down doesn't seem fun.
Nope, that was Doom 3, which was slowed down.
And next up on the VR train is Fallout 4, which looks a lot more like the standard game.
Yeah. I couldn't really tell if it was slowed down or anything. Which, I mean, you don't run that fast in Fallout 4.
Yeah, it looked like it may have been a little bit, but or it may just be, the fact that, it requires a lot of power behind it to run Fallout at the frame rate you need for VR.
Yeah.
Because the Fallout engine is, I should say the Bethesda engine, because they use it in everything, is not particularly optimized anymore. It's been used and added on and added on. And it's not, particularly efficient.
Yeah.
And to have the frame rate that you need for Fallout, they probably have to rebuild most of the game, and probably explains its price point.
Yeah. Yeah, it
is a $60 title. And the fun part is that they do not mention a word on their store page about the DLC. Are they going to sell another season pass for this thing?
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Also, there's no discount or anything if you own Fallout 4 and all the DLC as well. It's straight up $60. I mean, it does look really good, I will say. And I mean, it kind of, if they did really have to go and rebuild the entire game, which if they did, I think they should tell us, because that would have people screaming a lot less. If that's the case, I don't mind paying $60 for it, But if they're just jerking us around, they just, I don't know, ported it over or VRified it and added a few little things to it, and then are selling again for $60. Shame on you, Bethesda. You've already got Skyrim, which Skyrim VR was mentioned later somewhere, but it wasn't in the Bethesda conference.
Yeah.
It was just something that they talked about on the show floor.
I think that may have been the Sony conference, maybe, because Sony had a long list of VR titles that they announced.
That's where it came from, PSVR.
But let's see, Elder Scrolls Morrowind looks nice, but does it really capture the essence of Morrowind? Because Morrowind was a very deep and it was a deep RPG, but it was also a very mysterious RPG. It required you to pay attention to what was going on. It felt like a bridge between the old CRPGs and a 3D RPG like you see today.
I doubt it. I mean, I like the Elder Scrolls Online. I've played it quite a bit and enjoy it, but I mean, it's even more simplified in a lot of ways than Skyrim, because it's an MMO, and there's a lot of MMO questing in it, so...
Go collect bear asses.
Doubtful.
Which they showed the bear at the beginning of the Bethesda conference.
Yeah.
And talking about how all the streamers cared about the bear for some reason.
Yeah.
This was another conference where they focused a lot on streamers and a lot on YouTubers.
I did say, though, why are they... Something about the bear, it's the the most difficult enemy in Skyrim or something like that. I don't remember what I tweeted. Something snarky about the bear.
The most difficult enemy in Skyrim was my level of interest in the game. And then I will mention the Creation Club is next. We're going to move that to the end of this, because this is going to be a long, and somewhat ranty topic.
Right.
So we're going to move that to the end to have that be our closing words, I think.
Sure. So yeah, next after that was Elder Scrolls Legends. Which
hey look, an expansion focusing on Skyrim.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that'll be fun. I enjoyed Elder Scrolls Legends story mode way more than just playing it. I mean, outside of that, it's mostly just Hearthstone with lanes.
My note for this is, as a CCG, is there more to say?
Yeah, fair enough. Hopefully it's free. Did they say if it was going to cost money?
No, they didn't.
Okay, hopefully it's a free expansion.
Honestly, usually these expansions cost something. It's either you can pay for it with the in-game money, or you could just buy it outright. They're adopting the Hearthstone model.
Right.
Then let's see, Skyrim Switch. Motion controls, goody.
Yeah.
But there was a couple things that they that was more covered in the Nintendo conference or infomercial or whatever. Is that the Legend of Zelda has items in it, and it seems like it's if you use a Legend of Zelda amiibo. So guess what? You got physical DLC now.
Yep, of course you do.
And I do have to wonder about mod capability because they didn't say a damn thing about it, and that is a thing for the consoles now.
It probably won't be on the Switch.
Or at least for now. Okay,
Yeah.
Dishonored, Death of the Outsider. Not very stealthy, were they?
No, they're not.
They played the game like I did when I played a little bit of Dishonored. Loud and messy.
Yep, that's how I play too. I mean, it looks neat if you're into Dishonored, but I mean, I haven't played Dishonored 2, and I don't know if I will. I mean, Dishonored 1 was fun, but...
Yeah, this seems that it's a standalone expansion to Dishonored 2, essentially wrapping up the story if the subtitle is anything to go by.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Quake Esports!
Yep.
Oh, this was probably the worst esports segment that they had at E3. Just the players that they showed had... they were hitting everything except their opponent.
Yeah. One of my notes is, they're having a forced esports tournament.
Goody.
Yeah. They do have BJ Blazkowicz, though, so that's pretty cool. I didn't, it didn't click in my mind until it happened. I was like, how did he wind up in this game? And then I went, oh yeah, Bethesda owns both of those properties. I don't know why that hadn't clicked in my mind until just then, but it did. I mean, it looks fine, I guess. I don't know if I'll play it. I wasn't the biggest Quake person before, and I don't know if I'll be now. But, I mean, I'm sure there are people out there who are very excited for them and are very excited for it, and it looks decent enough, I guess. It's still very early, or it still looks very early, so we'll see.
Yeah. And talking about other games that look kind of early because they didn't really talk about this at all. The Evil Within 2.
Yeah.
I see someone has either gotten into Kojima's drugs or just kidnapped Kojima.
I really thought it was some kind of Kojima thing at the beginning. And then I figured out partway through the trailer, that's The Evil Within. It's probably like a sequel or something.
Yeah, I never played The Evil Within, so I couldn't make that connection at all. But my notes are Kojima? ?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like The Evil Within. It wasn't a very good game, and also it's a horror game, and I don't really like horror games. So
yeah, it is releasing on Friday the 13th, whatever. Friday the 13th is towards the end of the year. Didn't really mark that. Didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, Wolfenstein: A New Colossus.
That looked really good.
I did like the opening, with all the different movies, the kind of the riffs on it, and then the cat monkey thing. And I was asking, okay, so is the cat monkey thing, could that be a playable character? Is that going to be a pre-order bonus?
Oh, yeah, I really liked Wolfenstein: The New Order, and I'm glad to see that they're continuing it. Obviously, at the end of, if you play The New Order, at the end of the game, you're like, okay, this obviously is not the end. You've done well, but there's still a lot of Nazis still left to kill. So
yeah, it needed the MST3K guys at the bottom of it, though.
But the thing that excited me the most about the trailer was that it appears that BJ goes on a Nazi killing spree in a wheelchair.
He's a Nazi handy-capable murder machine.
I was really happy about that.
And also, at the end, the acid cartoon characters, which probably explains the next conference, by the way.
Yeah. This
looks... Yeah, that was around the time that the drugs would kick in.
Yeah.
But it was very jarring. It wasn't even... it looked like it was animated on top of the gameplay.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what they were going for with that. I think they're just trying to reinforce that it's the late 60s or
Look,
70s.
it's the 60s. We have drugs.
Yeah, I think that's what
and
they
a
were
black
doing,
girl
but...
and a black woman with a huge afro that would make Bob Ross go, "Whoa, tone it down."
I have mad respect for that girl's afro. Used to have an afro. It was glorious. My friends called me Q-Tip.
Oh my. Okay, so since we talked about respect, should we talk about the Creation Club? Because we got a tour through this conference.
There was a lot less. The Bethesda conference was really short. We were both like, wait, it's over? Because it only went for like 35 or 40 minutes.
Yeah, the Creator Club, I think, is the thing that most people are talking about right now because, it is basically, well, not quite, but close to it. Bethesda dipping their toes into paid mods again.
Before you start, because I did some homework on this.
Yeah, I did some homework on it as well. Essentially, it's sort of a bridge between paid mods and a DLC, mini DLC marketplace. I think that's the best way to describe it. Perhaps kind of like the Steam Workshop on some of their paid stuff, but that is usually limited to cosmetic stuff, so it's not as good of a comparison.
Right, so basically, at least at this point, I'm not going to say they never will, because I'm not going to give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt anymore, but free mods are not going
I'll just wait till
away.
you hear my rant.
You can still submit free mods, just like to all of their like systems now, like you can currently. But now there's this thing called the Creation Club, where that modders can sign up for or apply to. Not 100% sure how that process works yet.
It
even
seems like
it's
an application procedure. They have it. I don't think they put it up yet. This is going to be, at least for the time being, Fallout 4 and Skyrim Special Edition. And care to guess what the Steam reviews are doing for that?
No, probably terrible.
Oh.
The creator tools have existed for a while. Like, you could get the tools that they're using from the Bethesda launcher for months at this point. God, it's been in beta for a long time. So they announced it like it was brand new, but these tools have existed for a while. I guess they just brought it out of beta or something. But anyways, back to the process itself. Like, a modder can apply to be a part of this program, and then their work is submitted, and they basically get like developer milestones where they get paid for doing their work. So it's almost like they're a contractor working.
Yeah, but they've specifically
Bethesda.
said that, and here's probably the key difference between what the paid mods were with Steam and this system is that you cannot pull something that you've already made from the mod pool, essentially, and put it onto the marketplace. It has to be new things.
Right.
Which that is probably going to appease a lot of people.
Yeah. They've also said that they're going to be...
Well, you also have the flip side of that, is that people that are very prolific modders that get into the system, there's not a lot of really rewards to keep your old mods up to date if you get into this, because you want to focus on what's paying the bills.
Well, you know that they'll make exceptions, though. They just will. The policy is there for people who aren't.
I'm not talking about the policy. I'm talking about the modders. Yeah, the ones that get into this. And well, that's more getting into my criticism of it and my a little bit of fear of it.
Right, but so I mean, that's free mods. At least at this point, are not going away. Bethesda has said that they are going to heavily curate the system and ensure that all of the mods are compatible with the other mods in this program and the base game, so that they're supported and things don't break during updates.
Yeah, which that also is a little tough because mods are constantly being conflicting. So if someone puts something in one spot, well, that completely cordons off that spot. There's only so much room in these games.
Well, I think that's what the creator toolkits are for, to help with that at least. Like, you have to submit your stuff into the toolkit and make sure that it basically passes inspection, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a modder, so I don't know how that works, but I assume that that's what that's for, to help streamline that process a little bit. But
I just know that there's been times that I've installed mods, for Skyrim even, when I would put two mods in that occupied the same place. Either they conflicted and completely crashed the game, or you would walk up and you would see two houses clipping over one another. So it makes me wonder how they're going to handle mods that go to a particular location on the actual in-game map.
Well, I know that in the both Fallout 4, like using the actual Bethesda like built-in mod system, and in Skyrim Remastered, that there's a lot of stuff that will tell you what's compatible and what's not compatible,
Yeah, true.
and where you have overlap.
Yeah, true.
They've
I
done
haven't
at least
used
a
the special edition. I've used the regular Skyrim.
They've done a really good job, actually, of like pointing out, like, look, you've got these two mods that are modifying the same files, and it looks like they're going to conflict. You can try it and see if it works, but we don't recommend you do this. So somehow they've got that working fairly well. And I mean, it seems to be pretty accurate. I've purposefully done conflicting mods just to see what happens and if it's right. And 9 times out of 10, the game crashes or doesn't run well. And then you go and take out one of the mods and it runs fine. So they've done a pretty good job with that, at least. But I think that's all I need to explain. Or that's all we need to explain before we move forward with this discussion. So
yeah,
I think I'm done unless you bring up something that I forgot. But
we may bring up something in our thoughts on this. It is a step forward. I'm not sure if I'll like it, mostly because I fear that it's going to hurt a lot of the teamwork between different modders. Because if one person gets in, they may not want to work with other modders anymore. And that's a lot that happens with the modding community, or at least in the old Skyrim community. Like I said, I haven't played the special edition, which is something completely different. And I haven't even touched Fallout 4. As a matter of fact, I pulled Fallout 4 completely off my wish list after this, because I have no interest in it. I'm concerned about the teamwork. I'm concerned mostly about what this is going to do with future Bethesda titles. Because is this going to just encourage Bethesda to essentially release a framework for Elder Scrolls 6, whenever that gets made? Because it's not even in development yet. So we're looking at probably 7 or 8 years until the next Elder Scrolls game. Is it just going to encourage them to release a very bare bones game and let the modders come in and put in all the micro DLC? If so, fuck them.
Actually, I would be okay with that if the base game was like, I don't know, 10, 15, $20. And it's like, hey,
it wouldn't be. That's the thing. This is Bethesda. They've been gouging people for ages. Just look at Fallout 4 VR. Look at how they handled the season pass for Fallout 4. I mean, I'm just seeing time and time again how they have been anti-consumer. And this Creator Club requires a level of respect and a level of trust in Bethesda that has been gone from me for years because of how they treated Skyrim and how they've treated the Fallout series. And I can't deal with Bethesda anymore. So to hell with them.
I don't have as much trust for them as I used to because of the way they've behaved the last couple of years. But I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one, at least to see how it goes.
I'm throwing in their entire thing with how they handled review copies as well. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was what I was talking about mostly. But I'm a big fan of supporting modders. And yes, absolutely, you can go and find your favorite modders and find their Patreon or find their donation page or whatever. But having a system that brings that much more easily to the masses, I think is a good thing, because more modders can get paid for the hard work that they do and maybe do it as a part-time job or maybe even, hell, a full-time job. But I think that this is one of those things that it's got good intentions, and on paper, it seems to be starting out in the right direction. So I'm willing to give them a shot just to see where it goes, but I don't have absolute confidence that they'll get it right. So I'm going to give it a shot, but I'm not holding my breath.
Well, this may not even be for us. That's the thing, is that I think where this is going to be big is not even just consoles, but the PlayStation 4 in particular, because of how backward Sony is with their online. Because the PlayStation 4 is very restrictive on what you could do with mods. But if anything gets on the Creator Club, or whatever they eventually call the marketplace, that may be their backdoor into it. So maybe this is pro-consumer, but it's just a very, very small subset of it. It's just, I'm just so sick and tired of Bethesda. I really am.
The biggest problem that I have with it is that it uses credits.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
I hate that. Just let us pay money. Just,
Well, that's the
money.
thing. It's a psychological trick.
I know. I just want to pay money. Don't make me buy credits and try and figure out exactly how I can get the exact amount of credits that I need. Just let me pay money for stuff. I would gladly give people money all day long, but I don't want to give them credits.
And I should also say that their choice in what they showed in the video for things that may show up in this didn't instill confidence in me either.
Like what? What are you talking about? Like what's?
Oh, let's see. In the Fallout 4, they had a reskin of furniture. They had a reskin or a new version of the power suit that they called horse armor.
Horse armor. I thought that was funny. It's a good callback.
Yeah, a callback to another DLC controversy. That is really fucking intelligent.
I thought it was really good. I thought it was clever.
I thought it was about the dumbest thing outside of the next conference that we have.
It was self-deprecating humor is what I thought about that. I got a chuckle out of it.
I didn't.
Yeah, but you're Mr. Grumpy Pants.
And?
No, that's pretty much it.
It's just what they put in the video, what they talked about. It just doesn't instill confidence in me that they'll do the proper curation of this to make it worthwhile. And I do think it's a better thing that they don't just open it up to the masses. That way we don't have the highly detailed horse genitalia like we did with Skyrim.
But I love an accurate to life horse anus. Doesn't everybody?
It's just I'm so sick of Bethesda's practices that I can't deal with them anymore.
That is fair enough.
And I think that may be a lot of where I'm coming from with me being against this is that it just requires trust that I just haven't had for years because of just everything that they've pulled.
That's fair enough. I'm not going to try and argue you down from your position. Also, I'm not going to really defend them. I just wanted to make sure that we knew actually what was going on, at least as best we could going in. So,
yeah, and I think I've been incredibly fair with this as well. Well, at least considering my position.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point of view perfectly well. That's why I'm not going to try and talk you down. I think it's a valid position. I just didn't distrust them as much, or don't distrust them as much. I mean, yeah. So we're just coming from two different points on it. The only other thing that I want to say about the Bethesda conference was I thought the Fallout World thing, like that they were using as their frame, was kind of cute. Or like the Bethesda World or whatever they called it. I just put Fallout for kids.
They were calling it Bethesda World.
Yeah, I thought that was cute and kind of fun.
It was an interesting framing device, particularly since they had a Fallout DLC centered around a theme park as well.
Yeah, the Nuka-Cola World. But, yeah, is that all you want to say about it?
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, I pulled Fallout 4 off my wish list entirely, and I think I'm not going to do anything for Fallout or anything for Bethesda. Which saddens me because I actually had on my game list several Bethesda games that I wanted to eventually play, but not anymore.
That's fair. I'll just continue to love Bethesda over here by myself. Okay. Give me a timestamp.
2:18:44. Counting out the silence, of course.
Yeah, of course. 2:18:44. All right. Well, with that out of the way, let's not feel better because we're going to talk about the worst conference of the whole show.
I think I understand where these guys are coming from. This is Devolver Digital, their first conference. And it was at 1 a.m. Eastern time, very end of the day. And they basically got on stage and said pretty much what I took from the Bethesda conference, only not without the bullshit.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was
they were trying to be funny.
They were trying to be funny, and they were trying to stand out. And I saw on Twitter a lot of people liked what they did, but basically they were loud and sweary and rude and obnoxious and called out a lot of like gaming bullshit that's been going on. And
so, in other words, they were me.
They went satirical on it, and all of that sounds great, but they just had poor delivery.
Well, I used the comparison of Family Guy. Yes, they could have good jokes, but they generally just drag them out for so long that it becomes anti-humor.
Yeah, so like for example, the opening, the girl who's doing the presentation comes out and she's like trying to get the crowd's attention, and they keep talking. So she pulls out a gun and empties it into the air to get everyone's attention.
And then lowers it, reloads it, and fires it again.
Yeah. What they should have done is just not done the reload. Shoot the gun, get everyone's attention, move on. That was like, oh, this is amusing. This will be good. Oh, the joke is dragging out too long. It's not funny anymore. And then they had some joke where they, like, every time she said very, the camera swapped to a different angle. Like, it was a different camera. And, like, that was funny a couple of times, but they did it, like, 12 times. It's like, okay, this isn't funny anymore, and it actually is making me feel a little bit disoriented.
Yeah, besides, they should have used the word exclusive.
That actually would have been probably a little bit more funny. And, I mean, I did chuckle a couple of times. Like, she kept saying fuck and was, like, yelling at people in the audience, like, to shut up or screw you or whatever. I mean, the audience, this whole thing was staged, obviously. It was just, like, a sketch show. But, yeah, it wasn't funny. It was not funny.
Yeah, and Devolver Digital can be very funny. It's just, this wasn't one of those times.
And it kept getting less funny and less funny. Then they did some joke where a guy's arm got ripped off.
Because he was throwing money at the screen.
Yeah. Which the throwing money at the screen thing was kind of amusing. Like, okay, I can, this is starting to get funny. And his arm's off and he's bleeding everywhere. It's not funny anymore. Too far.
Oh.
And then there was the weird, like, at the very end, like, they had, like, this weird psycho whatever, and, like, she's laughing and spewing blood everywhere, and everyone's freaking out, and then her head explodes, and it's just
this is when the drugs kicked in from the Wolfenstein conference.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, all of my tweets were like, this is a waste of time. This is a waste of time. This is stupid. And my notes are, I have 3 notes. Fuck, this is stupid. This is so bad, it takes camp to the next level, but in a bad way. And they just take everything too far, held all the jokes too long. I don't even give a shit about the rest of this or their games.
Oh, my last note on this was, well, that was a waste of time. Why did they get a keynote time slot?
Yeah, it was only like 10 minutes. It was super
It felt like
short.
hours.
It did. It felt like a long time. And I don't even know what their games were. I was so pissed off. And
they talked about 2, but honestly, I'm not even sure if they were real games, so I don't even care.
That's true. They had like some joke games up there. And just a lot of stuff, yeah.
I think, and this is going to sound terrible to you, I think we may be too old for this.
We might be, actually. I'm there with you. I don't think
I know I'm too old for this type of humor, but I think if I was, in my teens, I would have probably enjoyed this a lot more.
I think that this is directed at the teenager, preteen audience that consumes this kind of internet content that we think is stupid. Someone screaming at a camera or whatever. But that's what this was. This was like PewDiePie, the E3 conference.
No, PewDiePie, the E3 conference was the pre show, and the show that they had after this that went on until like 5 a.m.
I kind of thought, like, I was okay with, like, the pre-show before. I was like, I mean, this isn't, like, great, but this is, like, a comedy sketch. And it's all right.
I commented that it was worse than anything I ever saw on G4, and that's a low bar.
I liked a lot of the stuff that was on G4, though. Like, that's the kind of silly, campy humor that I think is funny. Or, at
Well,
least amusing.
well, I hated
'cause-
G4 because it killed Tech TV.
Yeah, that's true. Tech TV was better. But, you know what? I think you're right. That's the best way to describe it. We're too old for this kind of humor. Especially you.
Don't make me hit you with my cane.
You'll have to catch me first, old man.
I'll throw it at you. I'll just wait till you're asleep and then hit you.
That would work. So, yeah, I don't think that this show had any redeeming qualities to it. But we should
Also,
see.
maybe if it was after a different show, because I think the Bethesda show, pissed off enough people.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, I liked the Bethesda show overall, and I didn't get as mad about at the time, we just thought it was straight up paid mods, and I didn't get as mad about that as you did or a lot of other people. And I still thought that this was stupid.
Well, it's more the fact that, you made the comparison to government where, just hammering the same thing over and over again. Look at net neutrality.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good point. That is the comparison that I made.
And
I made a Trump joke.
And that's just where a lot of my fatigue of Bethesda's bullshit comes from.
Yeah. And, you're older than I am, so you've got a longer history with Bethesda than I do. And already we're coming into it with more cynicism than me. So that's probably why you're where you are, and I'm where I am.
Yeah, Jared, take a look at me. You'll be me in a few years.
Will I have the nice voice as well? Because I can handle that.
Oh, no, I would have to get one first.
I think your voice is nice. But yeah, I don't have anything else to say about the Devolver Digital Conference. I felt like I wasted my time. I wish I had just gone to bed.
Well, you got to watch it with me. Well, see your point.
That one was not fun, though. I had fun watching the Bethesda conference with you. But we were just like, watching the Devolver one, we were like, this is fucking stupid.
I think next year we're going to have to watch one of the major ones together.
We should. We absolutely need to plan to watch as many as possible together. The ones that happened during...
See, the problem is that you have a life.
Yeah, the ones that happened during the day are probably out of the question for me. I don't know, though. If they keep pushing it back, eventually there'll be stuff on Friday, and I take Fridays off every week. I have a 3-day weekend every week now. And I usually just do housework or take care of, doctor's appointments or whatever, but, I could plan on that day to watch E3 conferences. Because last year, didn't it start on Sunday? Or was there something on Saturday?
I don't recall.
I think it started on Sunday. But, anyways.
Oh, no,
okay.
But I think we started on Sunday at this point.
Yeah. Give me another timestamp.
2/27/22.
All right. Then let's move it on to the next conference,
Yeah,
which is the one
that...
that...
be a long one.
Which is the one... I don't know. I didn't have to take very many notes on it. But the PC Gaming Conference. The one that we thought... Each of us, I think, thought was the best in show.
Yeah. The PC Gaming Conference came a long way over the last couple of years, because the first year it came out, it felt like a waste of time. Last year it was greatly improved, but it was AMD shilling for a good part of it. This year it was Intel shilling for a part of it, but yeah.
They just got it together a lot more. They treated it much more like
a talk show.
I was going to say like a late night talk show, and I really like that. I like that format. So
especially whenever they sat down with the developer and talked a lot more about the games, because that's something that we don't really have in any of the other conferences, is that you don't learn a lot about a handful of games. You're just giving them to you in a fire hose. Microsoft gives you 20 trailers back to back.
Yeah.
And maybe you'll be able to catch a couple names. Maybe you'll recognize a game or two. But outside of that,
yeah.
This was how many? I would say probably a dozen games overall that they went fully in depth on.
Yeah. Which I like that better. Like I said, I only took notes about the stuff that really interested me, which was only a couple of things. But I still enjoyed just sitting there watching it. Like, oh, that's interesting. I probably won't play this game, but this is a format that's entertaining and interesting, and it's a nice break. What's the best way to say it? Instead of it being like a fire hose of water, this was like fine wine. or maybe scotch, because I drink scotch really slowly. But regardless,
Oh,
it was
wow.
a nice break from just the constant.
And there was a lot of
barrage.
people complaining online that this doesn't have enough energy.
It's perfect.
Go watch the Devolver Digital thing again.
It had the right amount of energy. It was perfect. I loved it. I didn't feel like I was being sold anything either. Like, I know that there was Intel shilling and a whole bunch of stuff about esports and VR in there, but like, I didn't feel like I was being sold anything. All the other conferences are like, check out this cool game, check out this cool game, check out this thing you should buy, totally. But this one I was like, hey, this is a game that we find interesting and we're going to talk about it for a while.
Yeah, so let's dive right in with XCOM 2, War of the Chosen.
Yeah, I was a little confused at first about what this was. I thought maybe it was like a tie-in to Anthem or maybe Destiny 2, because it doesn't seem XCOM to me. But
Yeah,
I assume it's all cutscenes.
My first note is Halo Energy Sword.
Yeah. But I assume that's all cutscenes. I don't know. It might not be. They might be doing something completely different with the DLC or expansion or whatever they said it was. But it looked neat. It looked really good. And I mean, I'm planning on getting XCOM 2 soon, probably on this summer sale. So
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to get it on this summer sale. I'm terrible at the original XCOM. I just don't forget the basic building right, and it just causes me to fall behind.
yeah,
It's just something I haven't sat down and worked on enough. I'm not sure if I really like the idea of the Lost Ones zombie mutants things. They're essentially just swarmers, to be perfectly honest.
yeah. Well, there's a lot more zombies in XCOM 2 than there were in XCOM 1. I know that.
true.
So it kind of makes sense as like a continuation or expansion of that storyline.
Yeah, they also brought up that it is twice the size of Enemy Unknown. The size of Enemy Unknown's expansion, Enemy Within. So that's actually a fairly significant chunk.
Yeah, because the Enemy Within was a pretty big expansion that added like a completely new story thread to follow and quite a bit of new character customizations. It had 2 new classes and a whole bunch of stuff. So
Yeah, and this also has 3 factions to try to bring together and bring into the XCOM cause. So there's quite a bit here. I'm actually a little bit surprised. And they also mentioned that there's champions, which are essentially super units that gain powers over the course of the game. And and that they're procedurally generated as well. That every run you may get something a little bit different. That they choose from a pool, I believe.
Yeah, which that sounds interesting as well and good. Like I'm in.
And the 3 champions are completely different as well. One is very stealth based, the other is very stomp, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I like it.
Really a lot more to talk about. It launches on August 29th.
Yeah.
So, Ooblets. Next up, Harvest Moon meets Pokemon. So, Viva Pinata. Oh, plus some Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Which essentially makes this video game crack for some people. Let's be perfectly honest.
Are you one of those people?
The Harvest Moon portion, yes. Pokemon, not really. So, and I never really played Animal Crossing.
Okay.
It is a very impressive looking game for a 2-man development team.
I thought it looked really cute, but it didn't really interest me all that much. So, I don't know. I didn't really take any notes about it.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a lot of notes, and they didn't really go in depth on it. This was they had some games that they went in depth on with the developer, others that they just showed a trailer and maybe had a little bit of info on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so next up, BattleTech.
Yeah, this is what I'm excited for.
Tactical turn-based mech combat.
I'm so excited.
I didn't know this was being made. I missed the crowdfunding campaign on it completely.
Yeah, I missed the crowdfunding as well, but it was mentioned on a co-optional from, I don't know, a few months ago, I guess, after the crowdfunding had ended. So I've been slowly watching it, but they haven't really released any information, and I guess it's because they were saving it for this.
It looked very impressive.
It looks so good. Oh my god. I
it
came in my
like
pants.
Yeah, I was moist.
Yeah.
Well, it's essentially BattleTech, the tabletop game, in a PC form, to the point that this is a game that has melee combat again. We haven't
Yeah.
seen that in, the Mech Warrior series, I guess, is the closest we have to BattleTech, which is still completely different styles of gameplay. You know, first-person mech combat versus tactical combat. We haven't seen Mech Melee since Mech Warrior 4?
No, there was no melee in Mech Warrior 4.
Or Mech Warrior 3? I know one of the Mech Warrior games had some melee combat in it, but it wasn't exactly encouraged.
Yeah, no. But, I mean, if you played...
Well, they also suggested that Goomba Stomping's back.
Yeah. If you've played BattleTech or read any of the books, like, there are entire mechs designed around melee combat. So that's really exciting to hear.
And they've also specifically said that it is armor sections and component damage instead of just HP based, which is also very exciting. And that battle salvage is key to getting your stuff.
Which, that is very reminiscent of the Mech Commander real-time strategy games that are based in the BattleTech universe. And I mean, every Mech Warrior game, as far as I know, has had component damage, but the salvage has never really mattered, except in the Mech Commander series.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get salvage in all the Mech Warrior games, but you earn money. Like, most of your stuff, honestly, you buy. Mm-hmm. You just sell the salvage you get and buy the better stuff.
Yeah, they were talking about if an enemy has a weapon you want, you avoid damaging it and just take out the mech another way.
Yeah.
So let's say he had a gun you want on his right arm. You may just damage the left arm and slowly chip away at the torso components after you blow off the arm, or just jump jet behind them and just go to town on their ass.
Yeah, baby.
And they also talked about how customization is key with fully customizable mechs. It looks very, very good. Yep,
I'm really excited. I'm so tempted to actually go back it, because you can still back it. They're not using Kickstarter or whatever. But
but at this point, there's really little reason to.
Yeah.
But you could only be so erect, right?
Yeah, well, if you back it at a certain level, you get beta access. Which, normally I'm against that sort of thing, but everybody's got their weakness, and giant stompy mechs are mine. And I guess trains. Trains and giant stompy mechs.
What about a giant stompy mech that turns into a train?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Do you need a break to go take a cold shower?
Yeah, I need a break to go do something.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I'm super pumped for BattleTech.
All right, how about another game that I'm looking forward to?
Okay.
Mount & Blade 2, Bannerlord. I liked the Mount & Blade previous games. I didn't play Fire and Sword. The Stadalid expansion, if I recall correctly. That focused more on gunplay than anything else. But Mount & Blade, if you get past how clunky it is a very in-depth sandbox RPG. And it looks like they are trying to fix a lot of the clunkiness in this. And they really also bumped up the graphical quality as well. What's worrying me a little bit is, one, Mount & Blade, once you got into some of the larger combat situations, the frame rate just tanked because there's just so many units fighting. So they have to figure out a way to do that well. Maybe just modern builds of the game, a complete rebuild with modern hardware will be able to get around that. Just throw raw horsepower at it. And also, it is a little bit silly that you could still be pin cushioned. I'm not sure if you noticed that on the trailer.
I didn't. I'm not the biggest Mount & Blade fan. It's not terrible, but I think I got to it too late to really appreciate the kind of game that it was, because it's always just felt really clunky and
perhaps
and almost broken at times to me.
And Mounted Combat still looked pretty good as well. Mount & Blade is one of those games that certain situations it does really well. Mounted Combat with a giant two-hander and just taking out someone. Just that crunch sound, it was just incredible.
All right. I mean, like I said, I don't really have anything to add. I'm not the hugest fan of Mountain Blade, so I mean, I'd give it a shot. You're talking it up to me. You're making me feel good about it, but
yeah, it looked good. The granted is how well does it play? That's the $42 question.
Right.
So, Total War Warhammer 2?
Sure.
Still not called Total Warhammer, by the way, which is a complete miss.
Yeah.
And they have space dinosaurs now.
Which is cool, but I probably won't play this game. I mean, it's not because it's, like, bad or anything. It's not on my radar.
I haven't... I want to eventually play Total Warhammer. It's just... I haven't bought it yet. It was on a Humble... monthly bundle at one point, but I couldn't pull the trigger on it. I just didn't want to.
Right.
I guess it's a combination of being cheap and I have a lot of Total War games to go through already.
Yeah.
All right. Then there was some sort of Shadowverse expansion, which they honestly didn't go into that much.
Not really. They got the trailer and said something about it. But...
yeah. It looked almost fairy tale based, really.
Yeah. Which looks pretty neat, but again, no real context or explanation, so I'm not really sure what to think of it. I guess just wait and see.
Then let's see. Must be... That's pretty far down on my list, so I took some notes that you didn't. They had some.
Okay.
They had Intel/VR talking for a while, and honestly, a lot of marketing bullshit that I just didn't even take notes on.
Yeah, my only note for that was Intel came out.
Yeah, it felt like it really messed up the pace of the show, to be perfectly honest, because they went through a lot of games really quickly at that point.
Yeah, they talked about Destiny 2 as well. Like, I put a minor note in there, but again, they brought out a streamer. I had no clue who he was. Apparently, he's a huge Destiny streamer, but, I don't
apparently
really
that's a thing.
I mean, I'm happy that it's coming to PC, but we've talked about Destiny 2 a couple of times on the podcast before already, so I don't really need to spend any time
they
here.
did say that it's multi-threaded supported.
Yeah, which I honestly kind of laughed at, but who knows, maybe.
Well, that's about the only thing I could note.
Yeah.
And I need to step away for a moment.
So anyways, you were talking about...
Yeah, honestly, the Intel stuff is a complete skip over. Destiny 2 didn't really talk about much. Esports arena announcements... blah. Intel Grand Slam is interesting that they're trying to jumpstart esports a little bit more and really focus on indie games. Granted, they really didn't talk about what the indie games are.
I will say about the VR stuff, I found it interesting that they were going to have an esports tournament in Poland.
Yeah.
I don't know if Poland is like some center of VR that we don't realize or what, but
shame we have no one there that could help us.
Yeah. Kimmus. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Maybe we should send Kimmus to the esports finals.
He might go. Actually, he might. Anyways, carry on.
And one of the VR games that they're going to do, that's in the finals in Poland for the VR challenge, which is a little bit later, is Echo Arena, which is... I was getting a very Ender's Game sort of feel from this.
I also got that feeling, which I thought was pretty cool, but...
It's not something I'm sure I would want to play in VR, though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it would work better because you get that depth perception a lot easier with VR. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe.
But the other announcement for this is that this is going to be free at launch for a limited time to Oculus users. So if you have a Vive, well, you're shit out of luck.
You'll just have to buy it.
Let's see, VR Challenge, which we already mentioned, which finals will be in Poland. We found out later that Echo Arena is one of two games that they're covering in it. I don't think they ever said what the second game was.
I don't remember if they did, so yeah. And I didn't take any notes about it.
And, well, now I'm finally at Tunic in my notes, which is finally formerly known as Secret Legend, which It's always weird to have a game that it changes its title midway through development because you lose all that hype that you got from before.
Yeah.
Granted, I never heard of Secret Legend, but some people may have.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of it either.
It's an isometric. I believe it was some sort of platformer, if I recall correctly. I didn't note the genre on this, but it felt like almost everything was made out of miniatures, sort of how Besiege was.
Yeah, it felt very like the whole thing was shot through a tilt-shift lens to me.
Yeah.
Which was a neat aesthetic, but I don't care at all for the type of game that it is.
Well, it's isometric, so there you go.
And platforming. Lots of platforming.
At least if I recall correctly, it was the platformer. Which it seems like tilt-shift viewpoints is catching on after the Besiege, huh?
Yeah.
Then, let's see. PlayerUnknown's Battleground reared its ugly head again.
Yeah, they just talk more about the expansion and what you could do with the,
we're not
the
even
update.
I was going to say that this isn't Ark Survival Evolved. This is an update, not an expansion. Get it right.
Right.
And a few interesting things, not to me, but still. They have in-game replays planned, both a 2D and in-game, 3D, which I think would really help with a potential esports scene, maybe, or just for YouTube, because that is a big marketing thing. Is that if you have the tools to do machinima, then there you go. They're trying to make the game more stable and competitive because it's having some server issues because it's very, 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 very popular right now. As a matter of fact, what is the current player number? So let's find out. It is peak today. Do you want to guess?
10,000.
You're joking, right?
I don't know. I have no idea how popular this game is. I just guessed. I know it's well received right now.
Jared, it's the number 3 game right now on Steam.
Is it really? Jesus. So how many is it?
On current players, it's number 3. Peak today is 193,000.
Fuck.
Do you see why I kind of took pause when you said 10,000?
I didn't know how high up the list it was.
Right now, it has 106,000 players. It's only behind Counter-Strike Global Offensive in Dota 2. It's right ahead of Payday 2, GTA 5, H1Z1 King of the Kill, and Team Fortress 2.
Well, good for them.
It has over twice the numbers of Ark Survival Evolved, if that gives you any idea of what's going on here.
Yeah, good for them.
Like I said, this doesn't matter to me, but it matters to a lot of people.
Yeah, same.
But let's see, they're adding jumping and vaulting, which is something that you don't really see a lot in this genre. Usually, fences are pure obstruction. And let's see, they are allowing modding down the line, and there's more maps in the pipeline. Let's see, next up was Rising Storm 2, which was just a quick trailer and really no info given. Did you take anything for that?
No, I did not.
Killing Floor Incursion?
Yeah, I didn't take any notes about that.
VR Stupor, essentially.
Okay.
Which doesn't interest me. Could interest some people. If you're a fan of Stupors, there you go. It's another VR game. So that does seem to be a lot more emphasis of VR in this E3. Maybe that's the turning tide is finally VR games are starting to come out where they're no longer just experiences. Granted, I'm not sure if I like the Stupor genre, but there you go. And then they brought out Killing Floor 2.
Yep.
Anything here?
Nope.
Well, pretty much what they talked about was the Killing Floor Summer Update, which is something that they started with the original Killing Floor, where they have a timed update where it's an event that goes on, well, in this case, during the summer, with new cosmetics, new enemies, new weapons, new achievements, and it lasts for 1 month. With a new weekly Outbreak Challenge that happens weekly, and there's 8 of them over the course of 2 months. And let's see, Forza Motorsport 7.
which we covered that already in the Microsoft
Yeah, they
conference.
did bring up a couple other things. First, wanted the series to come right to PC instead of a pure port, which is, something. They did bring up this. They brought up wheel support for a racing game.
Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't really know why they did that, because Forza has always supported wheels.
And, something else that I found a little funny was they brought up mouse and keyboard support as well, like you'd want to play this game with a mouse and keyboard, but they were talking about they were throwing all the USB devices that they could at this game to the point of actually playing the game with a Guitar Hero controller.
Yeah.
So I think that's the bigger thing, not the Guitar Hero thing, but the fact that they're trying to make it as compatible as possible, because that is one trapping with some wheels. It's that if they're not well supported, you're kind of out of luck there.
Yeah.
And let's see, some more of Sea of Thieves, where they talked about riddle map storms and firing out of cannons as gameplay features. 4K, unlock frame rate. Woo!
Yeah. PC Master Race.
And they specifically said that this is not a port for the PC version. They said that two versions of the game are being created in parallel, and that the PC version is not a port of the console version, which is something that you don't see that often, really.
No, you don't, but I hope it's true.
Usually a gameplay development, you see one version developed, and then they port it to the other platforms. In this case, the Xbox version and the PC version are being made at the same time, which is nice. Let's see, The Last Night. This is where we got more info on The Last Night. Not a lot, but a little bit. It's a story-driven platformer, essentially, with real-time puzzles, where as you're doing things, and I believe they were talking about a virtual reality in the game, I should say, not real VR. Time still takes place in the game, so you have to essentially hurry, which honestly doesn't sound appealing to me. I think this is one of those games that, as you look at the trailers and everything, it looks like a different game than what it is. So this may be one of those games that it does itself a disservice trying to explain itself.
Yeah, I agree. I do like the art style, though. It is very pretty, but it didn't seem...
I'm a little torn on the art style, really, just because it's just such a jarring effect between the pixel art and the highly detailed backgrounds. The one thing that I did find a little interesting that they mentioned, granted I'm not sure how well it plays, or plays out, I should say, is that it takes place over several nights, and that what you do in one night impacts the other nights. And they said, like, if you're rude to someone, they'll remember it and may not help you later on. So how much does that really affect the game, or if it's just a surface thing? That's something that I think is going to be very interesting.
Right.
Okay, Islands?
I didn't take any notes about Islands.
Oh boy, I got notes. It's an open world survival game, ? But in truth, it's a open world sandbox game with a lot of different styles of gameplay being shown, which is interesting. It feels almost Gary's Mod-esque, where it's you building the game around yourself. But there was one line that made me take pause. They talked about how you could do anything in this game, and I made the note, where have I heard this before?
Right. I know where you've heard it before.
Are we going to bring up the glue bottle?
No, let's just leave it.
It is an interesting sandbox game, or interesting looking, I guess I should say. It just really comes down to, what are they doing with it? Because, they didn't really say anything. They just said, ooh, look at our tools, gameplay? Look, there's somebody driving around, and there's other people on the horses. Maybe it's just me being skeptical about these things. I don't know.
Yeah, it didn't really draw me in. That's why I didn't take any notes about it. I was like, okay, I've seen stuff like this before. I'm not super interested.
Yeah, obviously it seems like I'm the only one that took notes on everything, or nearly everything.
Yeah.
No wonder my notes were so much longer than yours.
Yeah, I skipped a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I watched it, but I skipped a whole bunch of it on the PC Gaming Show.
Griftland.
I liked the look of Griftland.
Yeah, well, first of all, this is a Clay game, and Clay has Clay's style is that they have no style. All of their games are pretty unique. Not all of them now, because of Oxygen Not Included looking a lot like Don't Starve. But they typically are at least pretty good in their gameplay department. So I am somewhat interested in playing this. It has a very old school RPG look to me. In a good way, I should say. And the fact that it's a sci-fi old school RPG is interesting, because usually those are fantasy based.
Yeah. Yeah, I really, really liked the look of it, and I like the idea that, or liked getting the sense that it's an old school RPG. It looks good. I'm very interested in this.
And let's see, Lone Echo is up next. A VR, essentially astronaut simulator is what I got.
Yeah.
Freedom and Zero G, where you're moving around with your arms. I'm assuming it's going to use the motion controls, because it pretty much has to.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is pretty much literally Ender's Game, the training thing that they do, where that you have to score the ball through the other person's goal, and you can take out the other players to immobilize them.
Yeah, you can bonk someone on the head and mess them up.
Yeah, but then at the end of the trailer...
There was no gunplay, though.
Yeah.
They did say that there was going to be a single-player component as well.
Well, at the end of the trailer, like, it completely shifts from, like, this sort of interesting, fun, like, wacky multiplayer game to suddenly, like, you're outside on a ship and another ship warps in, and, like, there's this sense of urgency. That might be the single-player component that they were, like, teasing, because it looks honestly completely different.
Honestly, a sense of urgency in an astronaut simulator does not seem very fun.
No. Well, yeah, maybe. Depends on how they do it. I mean...
Yeah, true. But with how they're talking about moving around with your arms, essentially.
Yeah.
It could be... It done well, it could be interesting, but I'm not sure about this one. But, you know, it is a VR game, so it's completely outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Let's see, Lawbreakers.
I mean, we've seen stuff from Lawbreakers before.
I did like that they called out bullshit betas.
Yeah.
Talking about how their beta is actually a beta. And I believe that they talked about releasing a cheaper price of $40, I think. It was a cheaper price. It's not a full price game. They were specifically saying our betas are actually a beta. It's not just a server stress test. And we're not releasing as a full price game because we are a multiplayer only game. So I like them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to play the game, but I like them.
Yeah. I mean, Lawbreakers doesn't seem like terrible, but it also doesn't seem super interesting to me.
It's also very, very movement-based, even more so than Overwatch, which is probably one of the more movement-based multiplayer games out there right now, with a lot of zero-G abilities in areas, a lot of swinging around and grabbing things, and really coming out of directions that you wouldn't normally expect players in a 3D shooter. You know, a lot of depth from above, really.
Yeah.
If you want something different, Lawbreakers is probably up your alley if you're into arena shooters. Let's see, Wargroove. Advance Wars.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this game. I'm really excited about it. This is one of the ones that I was took some notes about. But yeah, definitely Medieval Advanced Wars.
Yeah, pretty much. 12 campaigns with different commanders to unlock, local and online multiplayer, in-game map editor that runs very quickly.
Yeah.
And they talked about branching missions in the campaign.
Yeah, I got a mix of like a Fire Emblem vibe and also Advance Wars. Like, very much Advance Wars art style, but then like with the branching campaigns, I got a Fire Emblem vibe. But Fire Emblem goes super far with the branching campaign, so Obviously, we'd have to wait and see how much they actually do that. But with so many single-player campaigns, they might actually have quite a bit of diversity.
I really need to go play Fire Emblem at some point. It's been on my list for quite a while. Let's see. Middle Earth Shadow War. Not a lot more that they talked about outside of saying that they'll have story DLC eventually. Which a lot... What was the DLC for Shadow of Mordor? Was there any story elements?
I don't know. I've never actually played the Shadow of Mordor DLC.
Because I'm just looking at my entry of Shadow of Mordor on Steam, and there's a lot of cosmetic stuff. And a lot of mini test and arena stuff. I'm sure that there's probably some sort of story DLC here somewhere. The Blight Lord, that looks like DLC. Oh, sorry, the Bright Lord, not the Bright Lord. Small text, what can I say? But yeah, it's just one of those things that it seems like Shadow of Mordor didn't have a lot of story DLC. So, good to see that they're expanding on it. More Shrek for everyone.
Yeah.
Unless calls for a celebration. Unless you don't like Shrek. And then they wrapped up teasing this big announcement, and it was
Age of Empires Definitive Edition. Yeah.
Not what I was expecting, and I wasn't expecting much, and I was still let down.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just I somewhat enjoyed Age of Empires, but I'm not someone that's clung to it all these years.
Yeah, I think Age of Empires is a great candidate for a game that's way overrated. It's fun, and it was great in its time, but games have moved on so much since then, in design and control and everything.
Well, they also... Well, I'll go over my notes I have for this. They said it's an update to Age of Empires. Xbox Live multiplayer, ? What? Which made me take pause and think, oh boy. Probably a Windows 10 story, to be perfectly honest.
Yep.
They called it a rebuild of the game, and they focused mostly on being able to zoom out further, which is something going back to the older RTSs is very apparent that they were zoomed in to limit the amount of processor power that you had to use.
Yep.
And it's very tough for me to play something like Age of Empires now because it feels like zoom out so I can see. And they were talking about essentially a rebuild of the pathfinding a lot, and that it's a modern RTS in Age of Empires, having a lot of modern quality of life improvements, like an idle villagers button to be able to reassign villagers that are just standing around, control groups, which I completely forgot was it in Age of Empires.
Not the original one. I think it was in 2 or 3, but...
So if you're a huge fan of Age of Empires, well, here you go. Just once again, not for me, but it could be for people that are excited for it.
Yep.
So, what do you think of the PC gaming show? Unless you have some notes that I don't.
No, I don't. And I mean, we kind of front-ended it. I thought that the show was great. I loved the talk show atmosphere. I loved that we got more in-depth stuff on most of the games. Not all of them, but most of them. And I was really, really, really excited for BattleTech.
Yeah, that really caught me off guard, and I'm excited to play it as well.
Yeah. Timestamp me, yo.
3:03:03.
All right, 3:03:03. So next up,
Ubisoft.
is Ubisoft.
What a weird opening this was.
Yeah. Now this is a game. Well,
this is something that was been leaked.
Yeah.
And some people weren't sure if this was just really good fan art, or if this was an actual title of a game.
Yep. Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle. So they have
Mario
mixed...
plus Rabbids.
Yeah, Mario plus Rabbids. So Nintendo partnered up with Ubisoft to make a turn-based strategy game.
Let's just call it what it is. Mario XCOM.
Mario XCOM, yeah. I have never been so weirdly excited for a game Like,
Well, just the opening of this conference was it kind of set the tone for it, to be perfectly honest, because you had Miyamoto coming out with a gun.
yeah, like a little Mega Man looking arm blaster thing.
Yeah, and gave it to the gave another one to the presenter. I can't remember who it was.
It was Yves Guillermo, however you say it, the head of Ubisoft.
Yeah, no Alicia Tyler this time, which I'm sure greatly disappointed you.
I was so sad that Aisha Tyler was gone. I was like, okay, she's gonna come out after this, right? But no. Oh,
How about now?
I was so sad.
She'll be with the dancers, right? No?
Yeah, I was so sad.
But this isn't quite Mario XCOM because it does have some running around, almost platforming bits, but it's also a lot more movement-based than XCOM, which kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, I liked it, though. I liked that aspect. A little more active, a little more... Like, you can... The thing that I thought was neat was that you could, like, use other characters to boost your movement by, like, having them give you, like, an assisted jump so you can get on...
Yeah, there's assisted jumps, and there's also, of course, since this does take place in the Mushroom Kingdom, granted the rabbits have kind of screwed things up because they're rabbits, there's warp pipes around, so you can go into a pipe and come out somewhere else on the battlefield.
Yeah. And
the combat is limited to specific battlefields and the running around bit, so you're never really ambushed from the looks of things. And poor Luigi got replaced by a rabbit, and he didn't even show up in anything except firing his gun once.
Yeah. But I liked Rabid Luigi. It was funny. But
I was never really too much on the Rabbids.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some fun games, you know, but whenever this was first leaked or rumored or whatever, I was like, that's stupid. This is going to be terrible. And I
wasn't expecting it being this.
I did a complete 180. Well, I heard it was going to be like some kind of like strategy game or something, but I was thinking like Paper Mario-esque, which still wouldn't have been so bad, but I was like, I just didn't think they could pull it off. I thought it sounded real dumb. And then I saw it and I was like, okay, this looks real awesome. I was completely wrong.
Yeah, see, I didn't even hear the rumors that this was going to be a strategy game, so I wasn't sure. Well, one, if it even existed, because, you know, it was still at the rumor phase. And two, what it would be. I was expecting some sort of, like, brawler, most likely. Yeah. And I like that the stipulations for allowing Mario to be licensed to Ubisoft was that they didn't make a runner or a platformer.
Yeah. Which, I'm fine with that. I'll take this weird strategy game.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm genuinely, like, on the verge of buying a Switch this year. And this was one of the games that's pushing me to the edge. Like, at some point, I was going to buy a Switch. Maybe next year or the next year when they come down in price and they have some good bundles. But I saw a couple of Switch games combined with what's already out that I'm like, oh, I might buy one this year. Maybe. I don't know yet, but this is definitely one of the games that's pushing me to the edge to buy a Switch.
So you're saying that they caused your opinion to switch?
Bravo. Yes. Next was Assassin's Creed Origins, which we'd already seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you one thing. When I think of ancient Egypt, I think of the blues. What about you?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
But I do have a note here that I'm going to read this verbatim. All right.
Okay.
This was after the trailer. Are you fucking kidding me? Capturing a small monitor on a table with no goddamn direct capture of fucking gameplay? Are you fucking ashamed of showing off your goddamn gameplay? Why would anyone tune in for more after this?
Ooh, Angry Pants came out of that one.
And then, what a fucking joke of coverage. If you don't know what I'm talking about, after they showed the trailer, they said, okay, well, we're going to show you a little bit of gameplay. And they have a couple people sitting around a table, and they shot a monitor sitting on the table over the guy's shoulder. And the monitor's brightness wasn't even up, so you could barely see the gameplay. And it was just absolutely terrible. It's the worst gameplay coverage I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was real bad.
It's worse. It's worse than camcorder Let's Plays.
I kept thinking during that, well, this is just going to make the graphical downgrade less noticeable.
Yeah, supposedly it was. Well, I did check out the after the fact because I was catching the VOD at this because I missed the conference live. Otherwise, you would have gotten those notes on Twitter, by the way. So be thankful you didn't get the live rant. And I probably would have been a lot more colorful then. But I did skip ahead after the fact just to see, about 15, 20 minutes in. And they at least had direct game capture, but it's just, what were they thinking?
They weren't.
Okay, so next up. Since I had to get my angry pants out on that.
Yeah, I was really excited about The Crew 2. Well,
my first note for this was, well, someone's watched Inception.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. I didn't make that connection either, but that's good. No, I'm really looking forward.
Yeah, this looks really good, particularly because they're bringing in a lot more motorsports.
Yeah, they're bringing in all the motorsports.
Yeah, they have airplane racing, stunt flying, and just general airplane racing, which you don't see very often in gaming in general. Motorcycle racing, boat racing, both open water and river racing. I'm just hoping that they improve the physics because I had some weird physics things go on in the Crew 1.
Yeah.
And it does look like there's a bit of a graphical upgrade, but will it last?
Don't know. I mean, the original Crew I thought looked well enough. I mean, car games. I guess this isn't entirely a car game, but
this wasn't the cars, but this was the environments more paid attention to.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. I like this. I really like this because my biggest problem with the Crew was that I felt like they mucked up the open world.
Well, I had a couple problems with the Crew.
They also had shitty driving mechanics. Even with all of the assists off, it was so easy to handle those cars.
Yeah, the Crew was very arcadey, which is more my style of racing than yours. But I had a couple problems with the Crew. One, I called it the most lonesome MMO game I've ever played.
Yeah.
Where the world around you is kind of instanced, and you usually only see just 2 or 3 people at a time. Which I do understand why they did that, because if they had everyone out there, it would be gridlock. But the thing is that also whenever you're coming into the main city the first time, I think it was Detroit, I'm pretty sure it was, you saw all the other cars, so you get this feeling of, oh wow, there's going to be so many drivers on the road, then it's a ghost town. Even though I know that there's drivers out there, I know that there's at least some people playing, but there isn't. And also, they made it where certain disciplines didn't matter at certain points. What they did was there was 4 different areas of the map. And each map section was pretty much devoted, not completely, but pretty much devoted to a specific type of racing. So you had the street racing, then you had off-road racing. Then you had raid racing, which is like off-road racing, but without the roads. No, off-road racing. No, keep up with me here. And then you went back to street racing with supercar racing, which is essentially street racing only with a lot more high-end cars and a lot faster. But once you got to the West Coast where the supercar racing was, your normal street racing cars pretty much didn't matter for the most part. There's a couple instances where that wasn't quite the case. And also, once you're on the West Coast, the off-road racing didn't matter that much because you already had the raid racing, and that's, kind of canceling out one another. Maybe that's part of the reason why they're going with motorcycle racing, boat racing, and airplane racing on top of street racing, car racing, I guess is the better term for it, is so that diversity doesn't cancel out one another. And then silence.
You've just played the Crew a lot more than me. I had massive performance issues with it, and then I didn't like it because the driving mechanics were so bad.
I had performance issues in the cities.
I think it just didn't.
Once I got outside the cities, it ran okay. It wasn't perfect, but it was all right. And I wanted to at least try it, and I got to the end of the story.
Yeah. My CPU
and the thing is, after you finish the your driving force, the main story, it was pretty much just a grind fest.
Yeah. My CPU was constantly pegged at 100%. I just don't think it liked my system configuration. But yeah, I am looking forward to this though. I love the idea of multiple motorsports, and like you said, you don't see plane racing very often, and honestly, you don't see boat racing very often either.
Or even motorcycle racing, you don't see too often. I mean, it's the most common of these three, but still a rarity.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to it. Also, I like the fact that it looks like it's a lot. I mean, I'm sure there's still going to be open world components to it. Obviously, there's street racing, but I like the fact that it looks like it's a lot more focused around like track racing and these events.
It looks like there's more track racing. That's the thing, because there was track racing in the crew.
There was some
a rarity.
Yeah, but I like the fact that seems to be a little bit more in focus this time. So,
but I do wonder just how the airplane racing is going to be, because that is a completely different discipline. Well, I guess boat racing could be the same thing, but completely different mechanics wise and physics wise than car racing and even motorcycle racing.
Yeah, I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
I assume everything's going to be very arcadey though. This is not going to be a sim.
No, and I can live with that. I think just the additional diversity and a little bit more focus on track racing, I think would do it for me. We'll see. I signed up for the beta.
Yeah, I did too. Okay, so South Park: The Shattered But Whole.
Yeah, I don't really care about South Park.
I enjoyed the Stick of Truth, and this looks like it's going to be a lot of fun and a lot deeper combat, which combat in the Stick of Truth was very shallow. And it looks like they're having a lot of fun with the Marvel versus DC thing that's been going on lately.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the big thing, is the humor in this game. I mean, you have Timmy as essentially Professor X.
Yeah, which I thought was funny. I thought the trailer was funny, and I'm sure that the game is going to be good and funny. I don't really care for South Park very much, which we've had this discussion before, so.
Yeah, and if it's anything like the Stick of Truth, it's also going to be very short for an RPG. But it's also more of a focused experience, so yeah. Transference. One mindfuck of a trailer.
Yeah, I called this game VR Froda because of Elijah Wood.
Yeah, this is a VR game. Not a lot of info given. 2018 release date. Spring 2018.
Yeah, based on the trailer, I would assume it's some kind of VR psychological horror game. But
yeah, I
mean, we'll see. They might do something weird with it or surprise you or whatever. Don't know.
All right, and this is the next one is the one I took the most notes on, actually. Skull
and Bones?
Yeah.
It looks really good. I feel like what they did was they took the ship mechanics from Assassin's Creed Black Flag and made an entire game out of that.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it looks like it's mostly multiplayer based, team PvP mostly, with probably some modes that are single player. They did say that there's an offline single-player component, but they didn't really say all that much to it about it, so I'm going to assume that it's going to be like For Honor and going to be tacked on at best. It is interesting that it's in the Indian Ocean, though, because usually when you think of piracy, you think of the Caribbean.
Yep, but I mean, one, there was piracy everywhere, and two, I mean, the Indian Ocean was originally one of the largest areas of shipping in the world until the New World got a lot larger, or a lot more populated.
True, and Disney would probably get pissed if they ship pirates in the Caribbean.
Probably. But yeah, it looks pretty swell. They've got different ship types and looks like different things.
Yeah, it looked like well, they talked about using the wind, using real sailing techniques, so with different ships with different strengths, and your control jumps around the ship depending on what you're doing. It's one player per ship. It's not like Air Buccaneers. or Wings of Icarus, where it's a group of players on a single ship, or even like Sea of Thieves, where it's a group of players on a single ship. In this case, each player is essentially a ship with taking control of different elements of the ship to do different things.
Yeah, which I think that'll be a strength because it will at least
it'll allow more single player combat, or I should say non-group combat, and going into multiplayer by yourself.
Yeah,
and there is boarding action as well, and ramming.
Prepare for ramming speed. Today is a good day to die.
But then my cynicism kicks in. Looks very interesting. How they fuck it up? Because I do remember For Honor. Granted, they didn't mention For Honor at all.
No, I'd say For Honor's dead at this point. It's got doesn't have some like DLC in the pipeline, but after that, it's done.
Yeah, pretty much.
I did like the little tease at the end with the Kraken. Yeah, I wonder if that's the single player.
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if I like having invincible pirate hunters come in to signal the end of the hunt, to try to chase people off. Having invincible enemies just doesn't seem very interesting to me, particularly depending on where they spawn on the map. Since you're using real sailing techniques, they could completely fuck you over.
Yeah.
And this doesn't even launch this year. This is fall 2018.
Yep.
So this is still very early as well.
For it to be early, though, it looked pretty good. Although, I mean, they've polished a lot of turds for E3, so there's that whole.
I mean, just look at For Honor.
So next was Just Dance.
Yeah, the live dancing was very more subdued this year.
Yep, it was.
But we did get a dancing animal, just one, but it was the bear.
Yeah, I'm okay with that though. Dancing bear. Dancing panda bear.
That, and also all the dancers also representing the PC Master Race with the RGB on them.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. At first, I thought that they were going to have some kind of Tron game, because the song that they used started out very much like the Tron Legacy songs.
Yeah, it was weird that the dancing was so subdued after so many years of them just going overboard with it.
Maybe they're trying something different. Maybe
either
Ubisoft
that, or
has learned
maybe
a lesson.
They got complaints. I don't know, because they didn't have Alicia Tyler either.
Yeah, I miss my silly dancing and Aisha Tyler. That's my girl right there.
Okay, so South Park Phone Destroyer.
Yep, don't care.
Honestly, this looked like almost now I'm blanking on the mobile version of it, but almost Minion Masters, where it's a card-based lane game, just based on the UI that they briefly shown, where everything was being filled in, where it looked like cards.
Yeah,
and I do wonder how much they're going to make fun of themselves for being a mobile game.
Probably a lot. I mean, if it's free, I might check it out. I didn't know. It probably will be, but they didn't say for sure, I don't think. I don't know. I kind of zoned out on this one.
For being a mobile game or being South Park?
Being South Park.
Well, here's something that I kind of zoned out for, but I still took notes on. Starlink Battle for Atlas.
I was really, really excited for this looks really good. Yeah, cute art style.
Then it's collectible Lego.
Yep, then the toys come out.
Yeah, collectible Lego sort of starships that you can physically buy, or there's digital versions as well. So it's basically a sci-fi shipbuilding Sky Lancers. And it will make a ton of money because it's going to be so expensive for parents to have kids play this game. And kids are going to absolutely love it because they're going to see the ships and see all the ship parts and buy this.
It's going to be so expensive for me to play this game. Actually, I won't be. If it was coming to PC, I probably would get a digital version, but it's not.
It's coming to all consoles and not PC.
Yep.
Mostly likely because, at least for the physical versions of the parts, it requires some sort of weird link. And you're snapping parts on and off of the ship. It looks very much like you're having to juggle through the controller and the little toy ship at the same time.
Yeah. Which if I bought that, I would just drop it and break it immediately.
Okay, Steep, Road to the Olympics. Which, a little shocked that Steep was getting a full expansion. Granted, they have had one DLC so far.
I mean, I'd completely forgotten about Steep until this.
Steep actually had a free weekend last weekend, so I played a little bit of it. Well, it's the Olympics, but it does add a lot of winter Olympic events. I would say probably about a dozen from the looks of the trailer. It does stand in stark contrast to the Steep's first DLC, because Steep's first DLC, Winterfest, was very, very, very silly. To the point that there's costumes where you could be a inflatable dinosaur skiing.
All right, Steep just got a lot more interesting to me.
And I'm not joking. You know how the kind of cartoony dinosaur costumes that's inflatable, with the fans?
Yeah.
It has those. It has Yetis. It has superhero costumes.
It's wonderfully silly.
So you can see how it's kind of a contrast. But my big problem with Steep, with the little bit I played of it, well, that and the camera, which we'll talk more about that next week whenever I start riffing on Steep, is that you're very limited on the amount of just different events that you have. So this looks like it adds a lot of content that Steep needs.
Sweet. All right. Well, next, Far Cry 5. Man, the way that they open that trailer, like the contrast between Amazing Grace and then like slowly working your way through the town into the church, like that was done so well. Like that gave me chills, because it was beautifully well contrasted. Like it was sung wonderfully, but just the imagery that went along with it, like especially being or growing up in a Christian home, like the context and sort of what's like left over from my religious upbringing that's tied to that. Like, man, they nailed it. I was really impressed with that. The rest of the demonstration and everything,
it was pretty much what I expected, really.
Yeah, it was pretty much just like more Far Cry. They've added that you can always have like a companion with you, like an AI partner, which is nice.
Yeah, they showed a few different ones, and they did have someone stand in a water tower.
They did.
And one of the companions is a dog that could go grab guns for you as well.
Yeah, that was one of my notes. A dog that brings you guns? Exclamation point, smiley face.
Let me know when the dog can shoot the gun.
And then one of the other notes I took was, yeah, run that bitch over with a combine harvester.
Yeah, dangerous farm vehicles. Which I haven't seen done really well since GTA San Andreas.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's...
I do wonder if the airplanes are going to be fully controllable, because they did show it real quickly, but it was tough to tell if the player was in control or if it was like a cutscene turret section.
Yeah. Unless it comes out and is broken, I mean, I'll probably buy and play Far Cry 5. The change in scenery and setting and everything, I think is like I said when we talked about the announcement, the first trailer announcement or whatever it was. Like, I feel like that's a really positive change, and it seems like that they have put a lot of time and effort into this, and they're not going to back down from it. So I'm really looking forward to the game just based on the setting alone. And one of my biggest problems that I've always had with the Far Cry series is that sometimes you just get overwhelmed or stuck, and it's nice to have a constant companion. Like, I know the last couple of Far Cry games have had co-op, but
some co-op sections, but this... they said that it's full co-op.
Yeah. So, looking forward to that.
Like Far Cry 3, it's its own little separate mini campaign, which doesn't seem very interesting to me.
And then Far Cry 4 had drop-in, drop-out co-op, but it still had certain areas where you couldn't use it. But they're advertising this, yes, full game co-op.
And I would say this is the biggest surprise on the Ubisoft conference coming up.
Yep. Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Yeah, granted, no release date, so we're probably still several years away from seeing this released.
Yeah, but that was a lot of effort they put into that trailer, which makes me think that they're actually serious about it this time.
Yeah. And it took us this long for Wilhelm to die.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed the Wilhelm scream in the trailer. But
yeah, and it's also a lot more of a mature game.
Yeah, it was completely a cinematic CG trailer.
Yeah.
So no idea what the game's going to be like at all, but it looked completely different from the first one. Also, yes, much more mature.
Yeah, and they need to start watching their fucking language. But yeah, let's see. No gameplay shown, no release date given. Set before Beyond Good and Evil, which makes this a prequel, which is interesting.
Yep.
And Space Monkey Program, you have my attention.
Yeah.
Which I never really played Beyond Good and Evil. I need to at some point. It's another one of those games that's been on my list to play for ages, and I just never gotten around to.
Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil is a pretty good game. It's one of those games that has not aged very well, in my opinion. The story itself is great, and the whole idea behind what you're doing is great, but it's one of those games that suffered mechanically over the years. But this looks, I don't know. I was going to say this looks like something, but you just can't tell anything from this trailer.
Yeah, this is definitely a thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. So yeah, that was the Ubisoft conference.
Yeah, a lot more subdued this year than in previous years.
Yeah, I think that, continuing with the theme of conference or people learning their lesson, I think Ubisoft has taken a lot of shit over the last few years for...
especially their opening dance act.
Well, that and hyping things up and going crazy. And this felt very, very subdued. And like they were trying to keep it a little more low-key. And I'm sad that they didn't do the silly dance act. And I'm sad that Aisha Tyler was gone. But you know what? I can actually get behind this conference. This was one of the better ones, in my opinion.
Yeah, and
which is saying something.
Outside of Beyond Good and Evil 2, I think everything releases either before or within the next year.
Yeah.
Which,
they didn't...
That's something that we've also seen in a lot of conferences, is that you get a lot of games that show up year after year after year, at least in the past. And that doesn't really seem to be the case this year, outside of a few outside cases like Beyond Good and Evil.
Yeah.
Because I could easily see that popping up either next year or a year after, when it gets close to release.
Yeah. So, yep, that was the Ubisoft conference. Not too shabby. Give me a timestamp, please, sir.
3:31:52.
3:31:52. And we're getting pretty close to our home stretch. Moving on to the next big conference, Sony.
Yep. This is the one I cared the least about, mostly because typically these games don't come out on PC. Granted, there is a notable exception this time. But I did at least take notes.
Yeah, I also care very little about the Sony conferences because, again, like you said, very few of their games come out on PC. So, yeah.
But we're still going to dive in.
Yep, they opened up with, I think that was Indian?
I'm pretty sure it was Indian as well. Granted, they also had the roof leaking. Okay, that was very cool with the waterfall, with the different effects from it.
It was really neat. I wondered what they were going to lead into. And
yeah, it didn't really it didn't lead particularly well into it, though. Granted, I can't really say for certain because, okay, it was nice that they started off with music, but they didn't set up their audio correctly, so there was no direct feed from the gameplay footage. And it sounded like just a microphone sitting in the auditorium. At least, I went through 2 Twitch streams, and both of them were like that. Eventually, I was able to hunt down the YouTube stream, and that finally had decent audio to it. But by that point, the Uncharted footage was just gone, and pretty much the Horizon Zero Dawn expansion as well. But honestly, I don't really have a lot to add to either of these, so...
me neither.
I didn't bother to go back and listen to them.
Yep, me
but
neither.
It's more just, sound check, people, sound check.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been that something went wrong. I mean, I'm not going to fault him too much for that. I mean,
yeah, but they should have
sometimes shit just
entered running
breaks.
around like, his hair was on fire or something.
Maybe they did behind or backstage.
It's just, it was shocking that it was that that level of ineptitude. So really not a lot to say either way about Uncharted, the Lost Legacy, or whatever the Horizon Zero Dawn expansion was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a lot to say about them either way.
Me neither, because they're PlayStation exclusives. And I have played the older Uncharted games on PS3, but actually I've played the first Uncharted. So I don't really have much to contribute to that either.
Okay, so shall we skip ahead to Days Gone?
Yep.
Also known as Come On!
Yeah, this was, if in the regular stream, this was where the audio came back.
Yeah, well, I caught towards the end of the Horizon Zero Dawn with the audio, but by that point, yeah, I was already on the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or does this feel very generic?
It does feel super generic. It felt super generic last year when they announced it, teased it, whatever.
It was a lot more interesting until they introduced the zombies. So it's like, oh, it's another zombie game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. My notes were gameplay in my trailer. Can't have that. Well, at least it looks like gameplay. Where once they got on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And then, come on, it's back.
I mean, it might be okay. I'm not like trying to completely knock this game.
Yeah.
I just it's a PlayStation exclusive. It looks like just another generic zombie game. I mean, they might have some interesting or unique mechanics, but I'll probably never play it.
Yeah, let's see some of my other notes. Woo, quick time events, just what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Detective Vision. I mean, Biker Vision.
Zombie bear, I guess. Or question mark. That was one of my notes.
The touching love story between a biker and his mechanic. I got a good chuckle out of that.
That was good, because who else knows how to fix a carburetor out here?
And my last note was more for the crowd. You were on the Twitch stream, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the people bowing to this trailer?
No, I didn't see that.
The YouTube stream cut to people bowing in the crowd, like they were in Wayne's World. You know, we're not worthy.
I completely missed that. I probably was tabbed out taking a couple of notes.
Well, see, I had the one half of the screen with the stream and the other half with my open office window.
Yeah.
And I saw that, and I just... This is a press event, right?
I think so.
These are press people.
Or
these the bloggers. It's just... Show some fucking professionalism. You know?
Yeah, I completely missed that. But yeah.
But then again, you know, you could really say that about any of their conferences. You know, people cheering for exclusives, cheering exclusive DLC. It's just, who does that? I mean, is this a plant in the crowd to show enthusiasm?
Maybe. I mean, people have been caught using plants before, so...
It's just incredibly frustrating to see that and think, who does that? What's wrong with you? Were you dropped on your head as a child? Wait, how did you get press credentials? This is supposed to be a press event. How did you get in here? Oh, you work for Polygon. That now it makes sense. Sorry, but yeah,
it's all right.
Yeah, just Days Gone just looks so generic, but it's not for me. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. All right, so next up on the docket, Monster Hunter World. That is one huge sword.
I'm a big fan of the Monster Hunter series. And when this first popped up, I was like, oh, this looks amazing, but it probably won't ever come to PC, so fuck it. But it is coming to PC. So
yeah,
hey!
It's coming to PC at a later date, and there's no release date for that.
I don't care.
But this is the first Monster Hunter game to come to PC, at least in the Western market. There are Monster Hunter MMOs, but they're limited to Japan only. And they're very aggressive about kicking people that aren't Japanese. So this
Yeah,
will be actually the first time I'll have a chance to play Monster Hunter.
I really like Monster Hunter. It's always been a campy, silly, over-the-top series that has some amazing gameplay and some great ideas in it. And the co-op has always been excellent. I mean, it's always been like either LAN play for the earlier games or like direct connection sort of multiplayer for the more recent versions of the game, at least in the West. But it's always been great. I used to play, I don't even know which Monster Hunter it was. It was on PSP on the school bus because I couldn't drive yet at the time. So me and my friends would play because I lived at the end of the line. So I was always the first kid picked up and the last kid dropped off. And me and my friend would play, like my next door neighbor friend, would play it on the bus every morning and every afternoon on the way to and from school.
So I take it this will likely be a co-op game between the two of us.
Yeah, I think so. Very much looking forward to it.
All right, well, next up, Shadow of the Colossus. Something we're not looking forward to because we crapped all over Shadow of the Colossus recently.
Nope. As long as
it looks very familiar, but it's also a remake. So, if they added the cut content, I think it would be a lot more interesting.
That would give it something new.
Because
and
that's
also,
something is that Shadow of the Colossus is notorious for having a lot of content cut from it.
Yeah.
Not just when they were originally doing the 48 monsters, which that would have been a lot of stuff, and I don't see how they could have ever done that on the PlayStation 2. But even the 24, and eventually cutting it down to 16.
Yeah, it was 24, and then I think they cut it to 20 or maybe 18.
Yeah, and it's left a huge portion of the map just completely unused.
Yeah, and then eventually they cut it to the 16 that were in the game. Actually in the game. But yeah, if they add the cut to content and actually fix the controls so that they're modernized and responsive.
And had it where the camera could actually show me what I'm doing.
Yeah, that would be great. And it would probably make the game a lot better, in our opinion.
Okay, Marvel vs. Capcom. So many characters from different universes, I couldn't keep track of them all, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I was able to mostly. Normally I don't care.
Well, at the beginning of it, I didn't really catch that there was Marvel vs. Capcom. It's like, wait, what? Wait, who? Why are you here? What is going on?
Yeah, at first I thought it was just like maybe like a new what was it? Marvel Heroes or whatever, the MMO style game.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was at first as well.
But then I started seeing the characters from Street Fighter. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I didn't catch that it was Marvel vs. Capcom, but I'm not a fighting game type of person, so I didn't even register that would be a thing until they showed the title.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this game a bit. I mean, I wouldn't buy it new, but normally I don't care for fighting games. But one, I'm a huge Marvel person, and they've added a lot of the Marvel characters from the MCU as opposed to the comic books. So these are characters that I'm already a lot more familiar with and like. I mean, I also have read many Marvel comic books, but honestly, the MCU characters, in my opinion, are way better. So I'm actually looking forward to it and might pick it up on sale one day for like $20.
Man, let's see. We finally got info on Call of Duty. They waited this long for Call of Duty World War II.
Yeah, which I think shows you just how far Call of Duty has fallen in the last few years.
Like, and I'll be perfectly honest, this trailer felt like literally every single other war game shooter trailer. As a matter of fact, I didn't even think it was Call of Duty until they said it was Call of Duty.
Yeah, I figured it out, I think, relatively quickly, but at first I was like, what is this, just like a war game? Oh, World War II, it's probably Call of Duty. The new Call of Duty game.
I think it's just that I don't care about Call of Duty.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I'm more interested in this Call of Duty than I have been the last few, because I think that they've just
dozen or two.
Pretty much since Modern Warfare 3, they just have gone too far off the rails, in my opinion. But
which is what, 8, 9 back now.
Yeah, I said this like 4 hours ago. At this point, but I really hope that they just don't rehash the first 3 Call of Duty games, which were their 3 World War II entries. Actually, there's been more than... Because there was... Whatever. There's been more, but I just hope that it's not a rehash of the old World War II Call of Duty games. I want more different things.
Then let's see. We have a long stretch of different VR titles. Starting off with Skyrim, because that's what we need. Another version of Skyrim.
Yep. And it looks terrible. God, it looks so bad. It looks
so awkward, didn't it? It must just be that they're trying to show what VR would be on a flat screen, but it looked like they were holding the bow up sideways and just shooting off to the side.
Yeah, it just looked awful.
Yeah, it looked unspeakably awkward to play. I'm assuming mostly because it's using motion controls. And I'm going to assume that this is going to cost $60 as well, just based on Fallout 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't had enough Skyrim, well, there you go. That's what, the 3rd, 4th time we mentioned Skyrim individually?
Yeah.
And guess what? We still have one more to go.
Yep.
Let's see, Star Child, Sony VR 2D platformer? How is that going to work?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked, I don't know, like a platformer. At first I thought it was going to be some kind of like...
I thought it was going to be a standard 2D platformer, and then I saw Sony VR, huh?
Yeah, well, for the initial part of the trailer, I thought it was going to be like a spaceflight game of some kind. I was like, okay, that's cool. And then it's a platformer. I was like, okay.
And
whatever works, I guess.
And let's see, The Impatient. No info on this whatsoever in the trailer. VR question mark, I'm assuming. It's VR, though, just because of everything else surrounding it.
Yeah.
Anything that you want to add?
Not really. I mean, it looks like you're in some kind of, like, based on, like, the last flash of the trailer. Like, it seems like you're a mental patient in an asylum, but who knows? No clue. Couldn't tell you.
Maybe you have to get some Steam trading cards to get out. If they're anything like your patients, right? Okay, yeah. Next one up. Out of all the VR games, this is probably the silliest, but the one I would actually want to play the most.
I knew you would like this one.
Monster of the Deep, Final Fantasy V Fishing, or 15 Fishing. I mean, it's just so... Well, I have a weakness for fishing games to begin with. And it's a Final Fantasy fishing game. And it looks like they're not taking it too seriously as well.
No, it looked pretty silly and fun.
Is it wrong that I'm this predictable that you knew that this was going to be the one?
No, it just means that I know you well.
I think I need an adult.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Bravo Team VR War Shooter. No other info given.
Yep, it looks like just a generic modern military shooter with VR.
And Moss, VR title. It looks like you're helping a mouse traverse an area. I would say almost like Monument Valley-esque, where you're helping with the environment instead of controlling the character directly. That's at least my opinion. And when they showed the reflection, I immediately got the impression of No Face from the Ghibli films. From shoot, now I'm blanking on the name of the movie. Oh, Spirited Away.
I've never seen Spirited Away.
Blasphemy!
Put it on the list. I'll get to it eventually. It did look cute.
Just look up No Face, Ghibli, and you'll see the character that I mean.
Okay.
NOH, by the way, as in the type of theater. And yes, Mystery Science Theater did have a Who's on First with No as well, at one point.
Okay.
But you see the character?
Yeah.
Doesn't that look sort of like what that trailer had?
Kind of, yeah. Huh.
Okay, so next up was God of War. Kratos has a real lack of parroting skills, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it looks okay. I probably
combat
again,
looks a lot slower than what God of War was, doesn't it? It looks almost Dark Souls-esque.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a terrible thing.
And it looks like the kid is your sidekick, and his thing is he shoots arrows.
There is no way that kid is surviving this game. Either him or Kratos. One of the two are dying in this game.
Yep, one of them has to die. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, it looks okay. I'll probably never play it because it'll be a PlayStation exclusive. So, I don't really have anything else to add to it.
Okay, next up, Detroit Become Human. A choose-your-own-adventure style game with Android Revolution.
Yeah,
It looks a lot like Heavy Rain, to be perfectly honest.
It does.
And I'm not sure if it's the same developer. I didn't check on that. I should have.
It's, shoot, what's his name?
It's very interesting, and it really depends a lot on just... They talked about branching paths of the story, just how far they go down that, lane of reasoning, you know. How diverse can the story get?
Yeah, I actually preferred the E3 trailer from last year, where they really focused on one interaction and just showed it over and over and over again.
Yeah,
with
this
you
was a
making
lot more
different decisions.
Yeah, this was a lot more action based. I almost forgot about it from last year.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks good. I'm very, very interested in it.
Yeah,
but,
they didn't really show. They didn't give a release date, did they?
No, they did not. David Cage, that's the guy I was thinking of. It's a David Cage game.
And I did leave one other note. So, how long do you think before Tumblr loses their shit on this?
It's happened already, I'm sure.
Hell, they lost their shit over the Mario Odyssey.
Yeah, they'll get over it.
Cultural appropriation.
Also, David Cage did do Heavy Rain as well. That's okay. Similar.
All right, I didn't check on that, but the fact that I was able to pick up on that gives me some credit, even though I've never played either game. Well, yeah. Obviously I can't play this one, but I didn't play Heavy Rain, but I was able to pick up on that.
Yeah, David Cage, I mean, he's done several games. Like, he's known for doing this type of game and having this type of style, but ones that you'd recognize, Fahrenheit or Indigo Prophecy, as it's known in the States, Heavy Rain, and Beyond Two Souls.
All right, next up was Destiny 2, which was pretty much a cutscene showing the main villain, which I'm sure this trailer makes a lot more sense if you read the story, which in order to do that, you had to go to their website.
Yep, they've said they're not making that mistake again. They're putting it all in the game, which good for them, I guess, for doing what games have done for, the last 30 years or so.
And also, look, exclusive content. Joy.
Yeah. Honestly, though,
and the fact that people were cheering that, ugh.
The story trailer, though, really didn't make very much sense to me as a longtime Destiny player because there was so little story in Destiny 1. Even if you went online and read the cards, the Grimoire cards, as they were called, with all of, like, the extra, or with all the story whatevers, like, I don't know who this person is. I don't know why he's come. And it could be that, like, since I've dropped out, there's been some more DLC that's teased this guy or whatever. But, yeah, I didn't know who he was or what was going on. For the most part. And then, yeah, exclusive content. I sighed and I remembered, oh, right, Destiny has all this exclusive content for the various consoles.
Yeah, but of course PC won't have any, right?
Probably not.
So we don't get to cheer. And then they wrapped up with Spider-Man. With the world's most ineffective henchman.
Yeah. I mean, this looked okay.
It looked fairly good. The fact that they actually have the web slinging down works well.
Yeah.
And the combat was very fluid. It didn't look janky at all, which has been a huge problem with the Spider-Man franchise. Also, maybe it's just the fact that I'm not a Marvel guy, but since when did Spider-Man have a team and backup?
Yeah, that's new. As part of the... I'm pretty sure this is based more in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because in the upcoming Spider-Man movie, like, he's working with Iron Man and has connections to things. He's not just, like, a sole, teenage dude. And
also, I guess that whole photographer gig just doesn't work out anymore when everybody has a camera.
Yeah. Also, in some of the Spider-Man comic runs, he works, like, the ones where he's not a teenager, where he's a lot older, he does work with the police and various agencies for things. And then obviously he works with the Avengers.
And also they maybe it's just the segment of the gameplay that they showed, but there was so many quick time events in this.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the Spider-Man franchise also has had more than its share of quick time events, but there was a lot in this just short segment.
Yeah, there were.
But maybe if he superheroed faster, he wouldn't have to do so many quick time events.
I also like that they showed Miles Morales at the end.
Yeah, he's the other Spider-Man, the black one.
Yeah,
boy, that sounds wrong out of context, doesn't it?
It does. It does. But he's the Spider-Man that most people prefer nowadays, just because he's a more modernized version of Spider-Man. But,
and also, I did make the note, maybe J. Jonah Jameson has a point. I mean, just think of how many people got injured and killed and all the collateral damage in this just segment.
Yeah.
Maybe he does have a point. Maybe Spider-Man is kind of a menace. I mean, sure, it doesn't make him less of a jerk-ass, but the jerk-ass is correct.
Yeah. That's... I'm not going to go down this track. I'm not going to start talking about Marvel stuff.
No, do it. We're still below the 4-hour mark. Do it.
It's
do it.
1:30 in the morning. I have to get up at 6:30. We're getting close to the end. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Let's press
but we
on.
still have to go through Nintendo to get there.
We do, but Nintendo was short. So...
But we still have to give our thoughts for the Sony conference.
I was going to say...
very much didn't give a shit, to be perfectly honest, and the audio issues kind of tarnished it to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. The technical difficulties sucked and made me annoyed at the beginning, but they got it worked out partway through, and then the rest of it was just like, yep, this is a conference for a console that I don't have with games that aren't going to come to things that I have.
And don't forget exclusive content that you'll never be able to play, because why would you play a first-person shooter on a console when you play it on PC?
All of that stuff was timed exclusive, which doesn't make it very much better.
Well, they didn't say that, but that's kind of the point, isn't it? You know, if you have both, you know, maybe push you to play on the console instead of the PC.
Well, the new stuff might not be timed exclusive, but that's how all of the exclusive content worked before. It was all timed exclusive to Sony. So, I mean, they could have done it differently. I'm just kind of working off the framework that that's how it's going to be again, but maybe not. I don't know. Regardless, it's stupid, and I don't like it, but I do like Destiny.
I would say probably the highlight of this conference for me, probably because I could finally play it, is Monster Hunter World.
Yeah, Monster Hunter World definitely stole the show for me. I'm excited about Destiny, but Monster Hunter on PC, yeah, sign me up.
Don't worry, I'll be getting your attention for a series sooner or later.
Fair enough. Okay, give me a timestamp.
3:57:09.
3:57:09. Got it.
Okay, so we are wrapping up with Nintendo. Showing all the places a Switch can be played, but no rooftop millennial parties?
Nope, this time we had man running through a walkway bridge with a cage over the top.
Complete idiot.
We had people drifting cars in a rather large garage or hangar.
I think I missed that because I was rolling my eyes.
And then people at a boxing ring that were playing a Switch to play whatever the boxing game is called. Arms, yeah. They had a couple other little ones too, but those were the ones that really...
Actually, now that I think about it, they didn't talk about Arms at all in this.
Nope.
I didn't even catch that until you brought up Arms. Yeah. Weird.
They just showed it there, and then it never came back. They had Rocket League, though, in the montage, and then they talked about it later, but I was like, why are they showing cars? And then, like, Rocket League popped up, and I went, oh, okay.
Yeah, but there was no rockets, there was no giant ball, there was no doing a 360 off the wall.
There was drifting, though.
Yeah, because that's what Rocket League is all about. But yeah, this entire conference just felt like a late night infomercial. Maybe it's the fact that they had nothing on stage at all.
Yeah, it was just like a
A green screen.
yeah. They had Reggie too. Like I felt like Reggie was like the
Reggie's the low Miyamoto.
yeah. Well, I mean, he was like I felt like he was following your late night TV commercial or whatever. Like I felt like he was the infomercial guy.
Yeah, he definitely looks like it, doesn't he?
Yeah, although for some reason I felt like he had this odd sense of attractiveness around him. I don't know if he's been working out or if I was just in a mood earlier, but I was watching this.
Oh,
and
you were likely in a mood earlier because I didn't see that. Or it's just you being you.
I was like, Reggie seems unusually attractive this year. Like I feel like his little pooch is gone that he had. Maybe he's been working out or eating healthy. I don't know, but I was kind of into him for a little bit.
Well, we now know who you're going to marry in Stir as a Pretzel, but
yeah. Ding.
Okay, so Xenoblade Chronicles up first. I'll be perfectly honest. This and the other JRPGs that they showed, they felt so similar to one another, didn't they? Or was it just me?
No, they felt pretty similar. I mean, the giant mechs and airships in Xenoblade Chronicles kind of separates it, but until you see those, you're like, okay, I'm guessing this is a JRPG, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and it just didn't look all that impressive. It felt very old, but not going for the charm of being retro. I'm not sure if it's just the Switch can't do that, or if it's just that this has been in development for a while.
They're probably using the same engine from Xenoblade Chronicles X, because it looks identical to X in my mind.
And also, the voice acting felt like it wasn't that great. Particularly when they did whisper screaming. Or did you catch that?
No, I did, but I just was like, whatever.
Maybe it's better in the original Klingon. I mean, Japanese.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
but I was looking forward to it. This is one of the games that's making me think that I might want to buy a Switch soon.
Well, you must be hard up for your JRPGs then.
I am. I haven't had a good one in a while, actually.
Oh, my. Well, let's see. Next up is Kirby.
Kirby!
Yeah, just named Kirby. From everything I could tell, there was no subtitle or number or anything.
It made me so happy. It has drop-in co-op.
Yeah, it's local multiplayer 4 players.
Yeah.
And I agree. I never really played Kirby, but I did recognize a couple of the bosses in that. So it looks like they're going for the retro aesthetic.
Yep.
Or the retro gameplay, I guess I should say. It's a platformer.
Yep. Then you might have missed it if you weren't paying attention, but they did tease a new Pokemon.
Oh, well, I have that
exclusively for Switch.
I have that before or after this one.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going next.
Pokken Tournament DX first.
Oh yeah, Pokken Tournament. That's right. I don't care about Pokken Tournament.
I've been good on my notes.
You have been.
A new Pokemon, no news on its release date, though. Then they teased a core Pokemon RPG, saying that it will be more than a year out. And this will be the first major RPG Pokemon game on a home console. Because they've always been Game Boy games.
Yep.
I mean, granted, you have had Pokemon games on the consoles, but never the core RPG. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the extra power. Let's see, Metroid Prime 4. Literally just a logo.
Yep. But I'm pretty excited about that. I liked the other Metroid Prime games that were on GameCube. So...
Let's see. I mean, there's really nothing to talk about here. It was literally just a logo.
Just a logo, yeah.
Yeah, no music from the game, likely. There was a little bit of music, but, it's kind of generic. So, yeah. Do you want to talk about Metroid Prime? Do you think they're going to ignore that the other M ever happened?
They probably will.
Probably for the best.
I don't need to talk about Metroid Prime. It was a first-person shooter Metroid game that had lots of really, really good ideas and concepts to it. It was the Metroid Prime series was probably the best that Metroid's ever been. And then they kind of threw that away and made a whole bunch of shitty games, and people have been asking for another Metroid Prime game for the better part of a decade at this point. And Nintendo finally decided. Nintendo has learned their lesson that they should probably sometimes listen to consumers.
Sometimes maybe.
And now they're making a Metroid game.
Okay, next up is Yoshi.
Yoshi, another one that made me really happy.
A 2D platformer with child abuse. I mean, throwing eggs. And maybe this is just the VOD I watched because I didn't catch the Nintendo conference live. But it seemed like it was very bright in some places. Did it seem that to you? I mean, like the color saturation was off. Maybe it was just the VOD I caught then. But Yoshi blended in into the background several times, and it was like everything was too bright.
Yeah, it had kind of a pastel look, but I think it must have just been a problem with the VOD you were watching, because Yoshi didn't blend in.
And it was also very tough to find a VOD at this conference, at least for me.
No, I found an official Nintendo one.
See, I looked for the official Nintendo one, and I couldn't find it, so I had to go poking around on YouTube.
Yeah.
Then let's see, Fire Emblem Warriors. Maybe this was also the VOD, but it felt like the voice actor or the voices were a little screwy on this.
No, Fire Emblem has historically had bad voice acting in their English dubs.
Well, I was given benefit of the doubt.
No, it's been real bad.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if the VOD was screwy, if the voiceovers were terrible, or the lip sync was just bad, or if it was just literally narration. But voices didn't impress me at all.
No, it's probably a combination of 2 and 3. It's been legendarily bad for years.
And let's see. Oh, look, Skyrim's back again.
Yep.
Oh, Skyrim. Why couldn't it be Elder Scrolls that I actually liked? That Bethesda wants to constantly shovel out. But Skyrim Switch, they confirmed, well, they teased it in the Bethesda conference when they showed the Switch version there, that Zelda items in Skyrim are confirmed, likely using an amiibo, because that's what they used in the Bethesda conference.
Yeah.
And they didn't really show anything else. The Nintendo conference for several of these was just what they showed at another conference, just a bite-sized version of it.
Yeah.
Skyrim Switch looks terrible. They're going to do a lot with motion controls. Maybe it's just me not being a motion control guy. I don't know.
I know. Motion controls generally seem to suck.
Then let's see. They did talk about The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. They talked about both the Master Trials and the Champions of Light, I think it was. I only took notes on the Master Trials, though, because that was the only thing that gave info on.
Oh, no, they gave info about the amiibos for Champions of Light.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I was busy not caring about the physical DLC.
Yeah, I didn't really care either, but...
Here's Path Mode, which basically makes your game look like a family circus comic. But okay, all right. It is kind of neat that they're doing that, particularly with how they're doing the open world and force you to explore more. And I guess it would make finding places that you haven't been a lot easier as well. You could see, oh well, I haven't been to this corner of the map yet. Let's see, new armor and a master mode, which they didn't really go into.
Yeah, I assume that's just extra hard difficulty, because they've talked about it before, doing something like that. And many people have bitched, but Nintendo only sometimes listens, so... Yeah, sometimes maybe. Let's see, they brought up Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle again with absolutely no info, or no new info. Oh, just use Guillermo saying, hey, this is a thing.
Yeah. Rocket League, PlayStation, exclusive items and cars, Holiday 2017, local wireless mode, and a cross-platform play, unless you're wanting to play with your friends on the PlayStation, because the PlayStation 4 is blocking cross-platform play from the Switch.
Don't know why they do that, but it's Sony, so whatever.
Basically, they're wanting to, keep their walled garden.
I think that's funny, though, because Sony allows cross-play with the PC.
Yeah, so now it's going to be the PC can play with Switch, with Xbox, or PlayStation. I'm not sure if they can play with the Switch and the Xbox at the same time. But right now it's one or the other with the PlayStation or the Xbox. You can't mix and match. Sony's justification of this is essentially they don't want to subject their players to networks that they can't control. Bullshit.
Yeah. They just suck.
And the final game of our 4-hour journey, Super Mario Odyssey.
My only note for this game, you can possess things by putting your hat on them and then they grow a mustache.
Yeah, well, I have a few notes. Just what I wanted to see. The acid of a T-Rex at the start of a Mario promo.
Yeah, I was a little confused about what that was at first, and then I was like, oh, okay.
Let's see, a vocal track for a Mario theme. So Mario possesses things and they grow a mustache.
We got the same one. Nice.
And then I started getting a little existential when they started showing him possessing different things. So is Mario even human? It seems so strange to see realistic humans next to him in a Mario game, and the fact that he can possess them. A T-Rex with a mustache and a Mario hat. Well, I'm done. Nothing left to say after that one. But then I came up with one more. Princess Peach in a wedding dress, Mario and Bowser in tuxes. I think I know the plot of this one. It turns out Bowser's going to try to make Princess Peach an honest woman now.
Yeah. I thought that was cute.
And it was kind of funny that she had a bouquet of piranha plants as well. And I'm pretty sure those are amiibos as well. Because everything Nintendo's an amiibo now. I'm shocked that they don't have an amiibo.
I'm not sure what that would look like.
Just amiibos all the way down. And that wraps up the Nintendo conference. Thoughts?
I really felt like they were phoning it in. It wasn't terrible.
Better than last year. But
it wasn't good either. It was just like, yep, we're Nintendo and we have a few games.
You know, they could have aired that, after the news goes off and, and like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the middle of the night on a cable network, they could have aired that and it would have felt right at home.
Yep. I was real bored for most of it, honestly.
Yeah, I was busy not caring for a lot of this.
Yeah.
But I did have to wonder, why do we bother with the, specifically the Nintendo conference, but somewhat the Sony conference, but it's completion's sake, really.
Yeah.
And we got to tack on that last, half hour or so to get over the 4-hour mark.
Well, I mean, I'm actually interested in Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo consoles are about the only ones that I'm ever like, yeah, I'd like to buy that. Because it's like all of the major experiences that I want, for the most part, I can get on PC. But Nintendo games, you can't. And Nintendo has made several first-party titles over the years that I've been very interested in. And it looks like they've got a few third-party titles as well that are coming out that I'm also fairly interested in. So I'm actually genuinely interested in the Nintendo conference, but I just don't give a shit about Sony because I don't have a PlayStation. I probably won't buy one ever again. I mean, maybe someday. I'm not like fanboying and being like, fuck Sony. Just, I don't care about most of their stuff.
So, closing thoughts on the E3 in general, or have we already done that? I mean, it's been 4 hours, so at the beginning of this seems like a lifetime ago. Like we've always been recording this particular podcast.
Yeah. Well, for our final thoughts, we've got a few just things to go over. Was there anything that we missed? Anything that maybe we sped past, or that you thought of after the fact that you think we should touch on? I don't have anything, but do you?
Not really, outside of maybe looking at some of the montage games, but honestly, they went by so quickly. I would have to sit there with on the VOD and try to get each and every name and then hunt down after the fact what the fuck.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
And everything just seemed so subdued for the most part.
Yeah. So, which conference do you think was the best one?
PC gaming.
Okay, yeah, I also think it's PC gaming. We pretty
I mean,
explained that
there's no contest on that one. I'm just closest would be probably the Microsoft one.
See, I would say my second one would probably be the Ubisoft one. But they had the most games I was interested in beyond that. So, most games I was really interested in, I should say. There were several Microsoft games I'm interested in, but most of them were further down on the list, in my mind. Worst conference other than Devolver Digital?
Oh, that's a tough one for me. I would have to probably give it to Nintendo.
Really? Interesting. Why?
Probably a combination of just phoning it in and not caring.
Fair enough. That's very good points. I think for me it was Sony.
Sony is a close second.
Technical difficulties, and then just having so many games that, because Sony is so closed off to the rest of the gaming world, none of their titles come to PC, and they don't play nice. They don't, well, yeah, except one. And then they don't play nice with other devs for like cross-platform play and stuff like that. Just, I felt like I was watching something from like 5 years ago. Well, that brings us to our last two questions, which are about the games from E3. What is the game that you most want to play now after watching the conference?
Battletech.
Nice. I really had no idea where you were going to go on that. Not a clue. Why Battletech compared to anything else?
It looked like essentially the strategy portion of a MechWarrior game, and I've really wanted a proper MechWarrior game for a long time. And Battletech was something I wanted to play on Tabletop Simulator, but it was just impossible to do well.
Yeah. There's like 13,000 pieces and rules and all that jazz. Well, Battletech was also mine, but I chose like a second one because I felt like Battletech was really obvious from how much I was gushing over it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So my second one was Far Cry 5.
I didn't pick a second one, so I would have to go back and look, and we're already at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I said, the only reason I picked 2 was because I felt like Battletech was so obvious.
Yeah, maybe The Crew 2, depending on how it does with its physics.
Yeah.
But that's just, grabbing right away without really thinking about it.
Yeah, and then my reasons for picking Battletech are basically exactly what you said. Like, I love the Battletech series. I love the strategic elements much more than this sort of MechWarrior take on that universe. So, very much looking forward to this. And it's supposed to release later this year, I think. Isn't it late 2017?
I think so.
So, hooray to that.
It just completely caught me completely off guard because, I missed the crowdfunding campaign completely. So when it came up on the PC Gaming Show, it's like, what is this?
Yeah. Okay, and then the other question about games from the show is, what was your biggest surprise game?
I had 2, but I'm going to go with one, and I'll still say the second one. I think my biggest surprise was Sea of Thieves, just because of how much it improved over last year.
Okay.
My other one, let's hear yours first, and we'll see if it's my backup.
Anthem.
Actually, no.
I was that just came out of nowhere, and I was so excited by the prospect of an Iron Man RPG.
I was shocked that wasn't your most wanted to play.
It's hard to beat Battletech. But it's so far away, like, with it just being, like, teased this year, we'll probably get a much more in-depth trailer next year. I'd say Anthem's not coming out until at the earliest late 2018, like holiday 2018. Yeah. Maybe not even until 2019. So it was giving Battletech a run for its money, but with it being so far away, I was like, I gotta go Battletech.
Yeah, my backup, I think is kind of obvious once you think about it. Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Granted, there's no way for me to play it, so it gets bumped.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I mean, that probably would have been my biggest surprise, honestly, if I hadn't been paying attention when all the leaks came out and
only reason Sea of Thieves got on was that it will be playable, and I could see that being a stream night game.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, Sea of Thieves looks good. I'm definitely interested in it. So, Hopefully it is good.
It improved amazingly since last year. Maybe it's just, I'm remembering more of the cringy streamers that they had.
No, it definitely was improved from last year.
But that's most of the reason why I remember it from last year as well. So maybe they got, they served their point.
Yeah. Well,
so the Odyssey is done. Granted, it's not a Super Mario one, but we are finished with the E3 Extravaganza 2017.
That is absolutely correct.
And my voice isn't completely shot, only mostly.
Oh, my throat hurts, and I'm sure there's some cracking you can hear going on. But we've made it through. And it's 2 a.m., which means that I might get almost 4.5 hours sleep tonight.
Oh, you are going to be a grumpy pants tomorrow.
Yep. I can't wait to get home
tomorrow.
So
do you want to plug your stuff real quick?
Yeah. So with... Wait. My brain just shut the fuck down on that one. Coming up on my channel this week is the regularly scheduled Divinity stuff. So not every day anymore, just 2 a week.
Yeah, it should be Wednesday and Saturday, right?
I don't remember.
Yes. Well, if you have it set up right, yeah.
Yeah. And then because of E3 this week, plus a couple other things I had going on, all of my work nights disappeared because I had to, well, my content creation nights, because I had to get ready for this. So everything's a little bit stalled, but to kind of sort of make up for it, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to chop up all of the audios and do a YouTube video for each conference, except maybe Devolver Digital, because fuck that. And then post those as separate videos, just in one big dump, maybe Saturday or Sunday. And if you want, Rage, I can send you the cut up audio as well, on top of just the full.
I might do something with that, yeah.
So, yeah, just so that if someone wants to watch it without, that doesn't subscribe to the podcast, they can just jump to whichever.
Well, they also
want.
get the E3 Extravaganza on at least my YouTube channel will at least have the timestamps as well.
Yeah, and I mean mine will too, but I mean I'm not gonna lie. If I was looking at someone's channel and it's a 4 to 4.5 hour video about a thing, yeah, that's a big one. So I'm gonna chop them all up. But that's pretty much all the content that's coming up on my channel, and if you want to see that content, you can go to Gaming Psychologist. I'm inching very slowly closer towards 100. I had 96 subscribers when I checked earlier today, so I'm almost there. Please give me some subs so I can get 100. Even if you take them away for at least one day, I can be like, yeah, I hit triple digits for the first time.
Oh, what's that? Take them away? All right, well, hang on.
No. But anyways, yes. Gaming Psychologist on YouTube. If you want to subscribe to me on Twitter, where I tweet about all kinds of things. If you want to go back and look at my snarky E3 tweets from what I was able to tweet from the live stuff, I chose not to tweet from the VODs this year. You can do so at JMA4707 on Twitter. If you want to watch me stream games, which I regularly do once a week on Friday nights, you can do so at twitch.tv/jarthur4707. And if you want to be my friend on Steam, my username is jarthur4707. I accept all friend requests. Everyone that I've ever accepted as a friend from our podcast listener group has been pretty cool. So I'm going to keep that policy going.
And if you wish to let them know exactly what podcast you're from, assuming that you've survived this long, the password for this week is Creator Cave.
Nice.
Creator Cave.
What about you, buddy? What's going on for you?
Well, I missed the Sunday sampler this week, mostly because I was focused on the E3 stuff, and I had a weekend of just pure insomnia, which was fun, trying to catch conferences. I managed to catch at least most of them. But podcast first. Outside of that, I've restarted the Red series, so I'm up to 3 Let's Play series again. Hooray. I know, you're so excited. Quantum Conundrum is proving to be interesting. And I've already fucked up more than once. But it is a first-person platformer / puzzle game. Very Portal-esque. I'll talk more about it next week, though. RimWorld is still ongoing as it approaches the 90 episode mark. I am prepping for the series reset, though. Got the mods pretty much sorted out. I just need to get in the testing phase. But in order to do that safely, I need to end the previous series. So I'm going to build up a week or two worth of content and then take off from my ship. Maybe I'll leave Groove behind. Let him carry crates for the rest of the time. Nah, we can't leave without our haul, bitch.
Go Groove.
Poor Groove. You know, I've actually been thinking about the hauling bots and just naming them all Groove. Yeah, GROOVEs.
Nice.
What can I say? Now that I finally got Groove as a haul, bitch, I'm going to exploit that to my fullest. And for those who haven't followed, the last, 2-3 times that he showed up in the nameless for RimWorld, he had hauling completely disabled. And he was just laughing about it. It's not so funny now, is it? I thought not. And of course, Divinity is still ongoing. We do need to record badly, though. I'm down to this week and next week of recorded content, so we need to have a long recording day.
We do need to do that.
Because we've had one day where Bethesda interrupted us, and then we had one time where we got one episode done, and then we had to do sorting for 3 hours. Well, by we, I mean you, of course.
Yeah, I took longer than you.
Yeah, because you need to get your crafting done.
Yeah, I do.
And, of course, the podcast appears on my channel Fridays at noon, and the Sunday Sampler will be returning. It just had a bad weekend to get it done. Got a very surprising game as a review copy. I'll try to get that done. Granted, that's going to take a lot more hours than I usually use. But we'll see. Anyway, you could catch it all over on Gaming with Caffeine Rage, or if you wish to see me tweet, well, this past weekend, it's been very active as I've been watching conferences and yelling at people.
Yep.
What can I say? I am the Devolver Digital of the podcast. Maybe that's why I didn't like Devolver Digital's podcast or conference, because I am Devolver Digital.
Yep, they're stealing your shtick.
Grant, I do curse a lot more. But I also have 4.5 hours to do it.
True.
Anyway, you can catch me over on Twitter, Gaming with CR. And sorry, no Twitch stuff. And, well, even though we didn't have the community corner this week, we'll be back next week. And you can contact us, bglpodcast@gmail.com, with your letters, voicemails, and gaming-related topics, or comments on our E3 coverage. Or you can just tweet us, BGL Podcast, on Twitter. Our Patreon, if you wish to help pay for this madness, is patreon.com/BGL Podcast. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you can find our RSS feed, bglpodcast.podbean.com, as well as on iTunes or Google Play. Our intro and outro music is On the Ground by Kevin McLeod. You can find his work at Computech.com.
And as always, as the lovely music starts to roll across my voice, bye now.
Oh, so should I start recording now?
Fuck you.